President Donald Trump in their rematch for the nation's highest office. Each will make his case to the American people with just over 4 months until Election Day. Good evening, I'm Dana Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and co-anchor of State of the Union. Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determined their positions. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses and rebuttals. An additional minute for follow-up, clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned off. Should a candidate interrupt when his microphone is muted, he will be difficult to understand for viewers at home. At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight. Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff are not permitted during the debate. By accepting our invitation to debate, both candidates and their campaigns agreed to accept these rules.
Now, please welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Folks, how are you? Great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president and what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do was try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. Price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination, what I was left with in corporate greed, is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. And the situation is we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you. President Trump?
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID, and when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world, he's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cause countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down, and then they bounced back, and he's taking credit for bounce-back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our health care system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. Everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside. and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they were all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states. Let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters.
What the fuck's this guy saying?
It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which, frankly, they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
Staying on the topic of abortion, President Biden, 7 states, I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states have no legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making that decision. A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true. The Roe v. Wade does not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only circumstance in which that can happen. But we are not for late-term abortion, period. Period, period.
Under Roe v. Wade, you have late-term abortion. You can do whatever you want, depending on the state. You can do whatever you want. We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do, in fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7 or 8 or 10 weeks, something very, very conservative. Is he going to sign that bill? I'll veto it. He'll sign it.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to the issue of immigration and border security. President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch. Overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We significantly increased the number of asylum officers. Significantly, by the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position. In addition to that, we found ourselves in a situation where when he was president, he was separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go. What I've done since I've changed the law, what's happened? I've changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where there are 40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. It's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we can do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of this. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, we had the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists, all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere. All over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that, but they endorsed me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the place, including the people that are coming up in caravans.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed three, and his administration, killed an Al-Qaeda person come in his administration, killed three American soldiers. Killed 3 American soldiers. That's the only terrorist that's there. I'm not saying that no terrorist ever got through, but the idea they're emptying their prisons, we're welcoming these people, that's simply not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating, he's lying.
President Trump, staying on the topic of immigration, you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world, and it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying, and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union, because we don't have borders anymore. Every state is now a border. And because of his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days. One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl, 12 years old. This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all, and he doesn't care about our veterans. Nobody been worse. I had the highest approval rating for veterans taking care of the VA. He has the worst. He's gotten rid of all the things that I approved, choice that I got through Congress, all of the different things I approved, they abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by allowing all of these people to come in.
President
it's
Biden,
a very sad day in America.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot better off since I passed the PACT Act. 1 million of them now have insurance, and their families have it.
See that
Their
13
families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now. And his group opposed that. We're also in a situation where we have great respect for veterans. My son spent a year in Iraq, living right next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma. I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, he was not a sucker.
It
You're
sounds
the sucker.
familiar.
You're the
It
loser.
sounds familiar.
President Trump?
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers and losers. They made it up. It was in a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up. He put it in commercials. We've notified him. We had 19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up, and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others, say suckers and losers. We have 19 people that said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number one. And number two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the line. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history. And they now are in their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families and equip them when they go to war. That's what we're doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
All right, thank you so much.
Let's move to the topic of foreign policy. I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine, which is now in its 3rd year. Former President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander-in-chief, if that's what you call him, that we've ever had. They can't stand him. So let's get that straight. And they like me more than just about any of them. And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine. A lot of people are dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia from going in. I'll tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost. But he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind, too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
President Biden?
I've never heard so much malarkey in my whole life. Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. Recently, not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all it is. He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two, we got over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we found ourselves in a situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want, and do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did to Putin, encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. And listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the old Soviet Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish, Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He wasn't able to get it done. And they've lost thousands and thousands of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump,
I never
come back
said
to you
that.
for 1 minute. I just want to go back to my original question, which is, are Putin's terms acceptable to you? Keeping the territory in Ukraine?
No, they're not acceptable. But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along. He's given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that Zelensky comes to this country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war, and we shouldn't be spending, it should have never happened. I will have that war settled between Putin and Zelensky as president-elect before I take office on January 20th. I'll have that war settled. People being killed so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people. And he has made one thing clear. He wants to reestablish what was part of the Soviet Empire, not just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants. And then do you think he'll stop there? Do you think he'll stop when if he takes Ukraine? What do you think happens to Poland? What do you think of Belarus? What do you think happens to those NATO countries? And so if you want a war, you ought to find out what he's going to do, because if in fact he does what he says and walks away, and by the way, all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we make here in the United States. We give them the weapons, not the money at this point. And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's why we're strong.
Thank you. Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. President Biden, you've put forward a proposal to resolve this conflict, but so far Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what additional leverage will you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward, which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue is Hamas. Number one, they're the only ones standing out. We're still pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed, and it just stopped. We saved Israel. We are the biggest producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so there are 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. You don't have to do it. And by the way, they've been greatly weakened, Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for what using certain weapons among population centers.
Just going back to Ukraine for 1 second. We have an ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent $100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any. They were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting all. You got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all. You want to start the nuclear war he keeps talking about, go ahead. Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. You see what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about. And by the way, I got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world peace. No major war in Europe has ever been able to be contained just to Europe.
President Trump, just to follow up, would you support the creation of an independent Palestinian state in order to achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this, I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question, would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time. And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
Let's turn to the issue of democracy. Former President Trump, I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th. On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see, I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it, too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one. I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now forgive them for what they've done. They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And they should be the ones who are being held accountable. And he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that it could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now, out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices, turned over desks, turned them over statues. The idea that those people are patriots? Come on. When I asked him the first two debates we had, first time around, I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by. The idea he's refusing, will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking about now? Will you denounce the people who attacked that Capitol? What are you going to do?
I'm going to give you a minute, President Trump, for a follow-up question I have. After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the Select Committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents? Well,
I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor, having to do with the son. This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. Well, you want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star, number one. Number two, that was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to start that case. That case is going to be appealed and won. We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found out about these cases, you know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that, could you ever think you hear any president say that I'm going to seek retribution? Do you ever hear any president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in the first place after my son had died, I decided in Iraq, because of Iraq, I said I wasn't going to run again until I saw what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones that got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas were fine people? And this is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are. Good things Hitler's done, that's what he said. This guy has no sense of American democracy.
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been totally wiped out because when you see the sentence, it said 100% exoneration on this. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency is, without question, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden?
And debunked. It happened. All you have to do is listen to what was said at the time. And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran because I was worried a guy like this guy could get elected. If he thought they were good people coming out of that forest, carrying those woods, carrying those torches, then he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated, we saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president. Look, there's a reason why 40 of his 44 top cabinet officers refused to endorse him this time. His vice president hasn't endorsed him this time. So why? Why? They know him well. They serve with him. Why are they not endorsing him?
Thank you, President Biden. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate.
Here we go again. This election is heating up.
I can't wait to watch. Like this.
But the Daily Show news team is barely breaking a sweat.
Every new scandal just cancels out a different scandal until you become president.
What is your B? Oh no. Oh. We didn't just figure out how to kill that big guy, just to die with these small fries. This Strawberry Dr. Pete moderator. I think he's losing it.
Was the video, you saw it, share it with your friends. He did it. Now, you might be a liberal, you might be a Democrat, you say that's not a criminal action. That's fine. It's still a conflict of interest, and we agree Biden shouldn't have done it. But I tell you this, Biden denied it even happened. I just showed you the video. The lies.
It is like gaslighting
brazen.
the entire American public, right? Joe Biden said repeatedly, I mean, Trump references these young girls who have died because of illegal immigration, because migrants have crossed the border, and a couple other things. And Trump's and Biden's response is everything he just said was a lie. I mean, he is deny, and it's to the detriment of the families that are suffering, right? I'm going to lie about the economy. Even CNN, we right before the show, we pulled the clip of the guy saying, I tried to reorder the same thing from Walmart. It went from being $120 for a month's worth of groceries to over $400. And CNN is like, it went from about $100 to $120.
I'll be fair a little bit. I think their numbers are wrong, but they're doing this average broad thing. And that guy, who knows, maybe he had like, there's like a pork thing that's no longer available. It's more expensive. Fair to say, though, 100 to 120 does not track with the inflation rates that we actually
much higher.
And I would argue that if there is something that is now not widely available that was then, that is also an economic problem, right? Any kind of supply chain issue falls back on the American people because they suffer.
Real quick, What's up?
There is a breaking S&P futures surged towards new record high as markets began pricing in a Trump 2024 election victory. Markets now see a new high 63% chance of Trump winning the election. Odds of President Biden winning a second term are down 15%.
Real quick, we have this January 2021 1.4% inflation. Biden lied early on, and it spiked into Biden's first term. He blamed Trump for that.
He is just absolutely
still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and Black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small Black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of Black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a long, long time. Number three, we're providing housing for Black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that Black families have to make relative to child care is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce Black child care costs. I cut them in half. We got to make sure we provide for child care costs. We got to make sure, because when you provide those child care protections, you increase economic growth because more people can be in the job market. So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done. But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know it.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any Black family, first-time home buyer, should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started. I made sure that we're in a situation where all those Black families and those Black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were engaged in nursing, doctor, and anything having to do with volunteerism, if they paid their bills for 10 years on their student debt, all the rest was forgiven after 10 years. Millions have benefited from that. And we're going to do a whole lot more for Black families.
Thank you, President Trump.
And he caused the inflation. He's blaming inflation, and he's right. It's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing Black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He destroyed it with his Green New Scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the Black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking Black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking Black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our history.
Thank you. President Biden?
There was no inflation when I became president. You know why? The economy was flat on its back. 15% unemployment. He decimated the economy, absolutely decimated the economy. That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs. We provided thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered, the ACA has increased. I made sure that they're $8,000 per person in a family to get written off for health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again, and they're going to try again if they win. You find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on. But in inflation, he caused it by his tremendous feasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Thank you. Another persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and communities across the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President Trump, you've vowed to end your opponent's climate initiatives, but will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
Well, let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group. And what he's done to the black population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that. Super predators was his name, and he called it to them for 10, and they've taken great offense at it, and now they see it happening. But when they see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the historically black colleges and universities, where I funded them and got them all funded, and the opportunity zones with Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job, great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country, opportunity zones. And the biggest beneficiary are blacks. And that's why we have the best numbers with them in maybe ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever, the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started. And you haven't seen
dude, I feel drunk. I'm watching fucking the debate, and looking at Joe Biden's face is draining the energy from my soul.
To slow the climate crisis.
It's because he's a fucking vampire.
Absolutely,
I do.
Water,
I'm streaming the debate, and it's
clean air, and we
pretty
had
it's something,
we had
dude.
H2O.
You're just watching a bunch of guys master debate.
And we did.
Yeah, I've been called a master debater once or twice myself.
And
you know
yet,
that working?
During my 4
Fit right in with
years,
Joe
I had the
Biden.
best
You just snip some
environmental
cool
numbers ever.
Early, did you come
and
down
my
here
top
already?
environmental people
Yeah,
gave
I'm
me
down
that
there.
statistic
I'm trying to get
before I
into
walked
that
on the
fucking
stage,
castle, bro.
I don't know where the hell he's been.
What castle?
The idea.
The one down past the coffin.
I've passed the most
With the dead flame guy in front of
climate
it.
change legislation in history.
Jump in the back.
In history, we
Just
find
jump in the
ourselves.
back,
By the
really?
way, black colleges.
Wait, so you're already down where I'm
came
at?
up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and
Or
colleges.
no, I'm not down
Because
there.
They don't have
no.
the kind
I'm
of
not down there.
contributors that they have to
No, I haven't gotten into
build
the
these
ruins
laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable in college of doing any white student can do. They just don't have the money, but now they'll be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation where the idea that he is claiming to have done something that had the cleanest water, he hadn't done a damn thing with the environment. He pulled out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord. I immediately joined it because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, there's no way back. The only existential threat to humanity is climate change, and he didn't do a damn thing about it. He wants to undo all that I've done.
The Paris Accord was going to cost us $1 trillion, and China nothing, and Russia nothing, and India nothing. It was a ripoff of the United States. And I ended it because I didn't want to waste that money because they treat us horribly. We were the only ones. It was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it. And it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before insulin. I'm the one that got the insulin down
back
for
after
the
this.
seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the
honest, I
migrants
thought it was
coming
going to be
in,
over.
they want everybody.
10.
And look, I have the
here to
biggest
talk to
heart
him
on the
about it with
stage. I
him, and
guarantee you
he's like,
that.
see you guys
And I
later.
want to take care
Oh,
of
I'll
you.
stay. I'm
But
sorry.
We're destroying our
I didn't
want
want
to
to.
asking you about it,
taking over our
cocksucker.
schools,
Oh, were you?
our hospitals, and they're going
Yeah,
to be taking
fucking-
over Social
Oh,
Security.
what'd you say?
He is destroying
Sorry.
Social
You're good.
Security,
You're good.
Medicare,
Fuck.
and Medicaid.
Do I want to raise the stone sheet sword into the light?
The idea is that
You want to know my answer?
We
Yeah.
were the only ones of consequence.
So
we're not
you know where
members
you
of
got
the
it. You could have
Paris
raised it into the dark,
How
right?
can we do anything?
I didn't know that.
The United
I didn't know
States
that
can't
either,
get its
to be fair.
under control. One of the
But
largest polluters in the world.
if
Number
I'm
one.
being,
we're
do
making
you want
significant
holy
progress.
or-
By 2035, we will
No,
have
I don't want
pollution
fucking
in
holy.
half. We have
Dog
made
shit.
we have made significant
and-
progress. and we're continuing to make
definitely
progress.
have to look
We
it
set
up
up a
where the
climate
sword
corps
comes from, but you
for
remember how you had
thousands
to
of young
jump on
people
top
to
of the
learn how to
bullshit?
deal with just like
Like the
Peace
giant
Corps.
spikes that came
And
down
we're
from the
going
roof. You
to
jumped
we're
in that
moving
one
in
part and
directions
you
that
went
are
all
going
the
to
way to the back,
significantly
and there's a
change
piece of loot
the
on the floor
elements
there.
of cause of pollution. But
That
the
same
idea
thing, if you had the
that
sword, which
he
I did
claims
this
that
in the
he
wrong
has the
order, so I
biggest
didn't have
heart
the
up
sword
here
at
and
the
he's
time.
really concerned
If you
about
bring it to that thing, you'll
about
raise it to the darkness.
pollution
and
and
I'm
about
not going to
climate.
spoil it for you, but
I've
the
not seen
ability on
any
that
indication
thing
of that. And by the
looks
way,
fucking
with
crazy.
regard to prescription
Way better
drugs,
than the,
one company
the light one.
agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling
don't know,
for
it's definitely
one
up to-
voluntarily. I made sure every company in the world, every
As for
pharmaceutical
Ebro, I'm
company
keeping the stone
cannot
sheath.
have to
So
pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
It's a strike sword. It's the only one that.
So every
the only
day,
one that I found
millions
in
of
the game so
Americans
far.
struggle just to make ends meet. For many older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security,
figure out how to get in
seniors
that
will
dungeon
see
you're
their
just in.
benefits cut
Oh,
in
where'd the
just
face
over
cam
10
go?
years.
Dude, I gotta
Will
get
you
a
name
haircut
tonight
before I turn
one
that thing
specific
back on.
step that you're willing to take to keep Social Security
Man, I froze
solvent?
after
yes,
it.
make
Yeah,
it
he's
very
gotta
well
shave
they
it.
began to pay their fair
He has
share.
to shave his pubes
Right
before
now,
he can turn it back on again.
everybody making under $170,000
His bush was
6%
scaring the audience.
of their paycheck every single time they get a paycheck.
What do you think
It's
about that,
the
Laura
first one
Andre?
they get when they're 18 years
That's
old.
valid.
The idea
Time
that they're
for
going to,
snake.
I'm proposing that
bravery.
everybody,
If
they
only
pay,
I had a skeleton.
the millionaires pay 1%.
If only I had a
1%.
snake.
So no one after, I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody
only I
under
had a
$400,000.
skeleton,
After that, I began to make the wealthy
Try
begin to
Perry.
pay their fair share
Dungo,
by
dungo,
increasing from
dung.
1% beyond
Dave, do you-
Don't know
to be able
death,
to
therefore try
guarantee the
bravery.
program for life.
Can you imagine how scary
So you
life
still
would
have
be
82
if
seconds left. Are
skeletons
there
were
any
real?
other measures that you think that would be able to help keep Social Security
it'd be pretty
solvent, or is
awful.
just
That'd
is
be
that one
fucking
enough?
Well,
horrifying.
that one enough will keep it solvent, but
All right,
the
they said
biggest
try
thing will do
Perry.
if we defeat this man,
Here's the thing.
because he wants to get rid of Social Security. He
I don't know
thinks
how to
there's
pay
plenty to
that,
cut in Social
so-
Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare, both times. And
Did
that's
you,
what, and if you look at
have
the
you
program
gone
put
down to
forward by
the
House
finger
Republican
area?
caucus that he, I believe, supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea
one in
that
the
we
south-
don't need
near
to
the
protect our
starting zone?
seniors is ridiculous. And by the way,
I think so. I think
the
you
American
have to
public
for that
has
question
greater
of the
health care
church.
coverage today than
I
ever
did
before.
request the church. I'll keep it
And
a
under
buck.
the ACA, as I said, you're in a circumstance where 400,000 people,
should do
400
that
I mean, 40 million people
Everybody's
would not
dead.
have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition.
still do it.
Only thing that allows them to have
Can
that
I?
insurance
Uh-huh.
is the fact
I did mine after
that
I
they, in
finished,
fact, are
with the
part of
last
the
law.
ACA.
Oh.
And by the way, the other thing
Yeah,
is,
dude, I mean, you
we're
know
in a
me,
situation
I
where I
don't-
talk about
As
education
much as I
for
really, really,
black
really
communities.
wish that I
I've
had the
raised
mental
the
patience to sit there and
number,
like,
the
listen
amount of
and
money for
comprehend
Pell
all the
Grants,
lore.
another
When I'm
$8,000.
on a
Anybody
game, bro, I'm
making
just
under
brainless. I'm just
$70,000 a year
slam
can be
through all the
able to
dialogue,
get
fucking, all right, who's the next
$15,000
thing I'm
towards
killing?
their tuition.
Yeah, I'll save
It's good.
my
He
lore
just
for
don't
when
know
I'm
what he's talking about.
when it's bedtime
Thank you, President
time.
Biden. President Trump.
Trying to go
So
to
I've
sleep.
dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like
hiding
this
from my
guy.
dad.
He lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country, and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street, and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing, and it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
Is that what it usually says?
President Biden.
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he said, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired because he's the one that acknowledged that that's what he said. He was the one standing with Trump when he said it, number one. Number two, the idea that we're going to be in a situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world, the reason why we have the most successful economy in the world. We're doing better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony, those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history, 159 presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
President Biden, thank you so much. Let's turn to the cost of child care, which many American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of child care in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of child care for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make child care more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no good. And if he said that, that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put him there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now all of a sudden he's trying to get a little tough on the border and came out with a nothing.
How's that muting thing there?
And it reduced it a little bit.
Like,
you know what?
You're the other person.
It's insignificant. It is actually probably the best thing that could have happened to Trump.
Be destroyed, or he wants to pick up those people.
It's the most.
And I don't think we just.
It's like the most posed he's ever been. Like he's not lashing out.
Doesn't have a chance.
And he's. If he had a plan before going in, he's actually sticking to it. And if like Joe Biden says something that's blatantly lying, he's not going to immediately jump and yell about it.
We're the most admired country.
It's honestly better for him. And Joe Biden looks like a fucking corpse, just staring. I don't think he's blinked once, to be honest with you. Oh no, he blinks. But when he blinks, he does it like 85 times in a second.
Nobody. Number one.
Early,
Number two,
I found
the
you.
idea that we're talking
That
about
is
worst
me.
presidents.
How are you in my? Did you invade me?
Go online.
Yeah, I'm watching you right now.
159.
I'm just walking around,
exact
dude.
Number.
Yeah.
Presidential historians. They've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history. One from best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're wrong, but that's what they voted. The idea that he is doing anything to deal with child care, he did for virtually nothing in child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses to have.
Thank you, President Biden.
Facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make child care more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, we have polling, we have other things that they rate him the worst because what he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you, and they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, including the two of you, are going to pay 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about. He's increased the tariff. He will increase the taxes on middle class people. I said I'd never raise a tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming in the country. You know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500 a year more because they're going to have to pay the difference in food and all the things that were imported. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he somehow helped the middle class. The middle class has been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You have the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden. Thank you, President Biden. Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment
start
they need?
yelling at Aubrey about how it's so corrupt.
We now have the largest deficit in the history of our country under this guy. We have the largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. We have, so I think he's afraid to deal with them or something. But do you notice he never took out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous, and we saved our steel industries, and there was more to come, but he hasn't done that. But he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country, in every way. And then we had to get tough, and it was the drugs pouring across the border it started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot, and we were getting very low numbers, very, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million people that I believe is even low, because the gotaways, they don't even talk about gotaways. But the numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen, at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproduct fentanyl went down for a while.
That's badass.
And I wanted to make sure we use the machinery that can detect fentanyl. These big machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs, more numbers of agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to put it together. That's what we have to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment.
He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter, I think, a good guy. And he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to handle the toughest job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate, and now I'm the oldest. This guy's 3 years younger and a lot less competent. I think that just look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around the horrible situation he left me. As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000 manufacturing jobs, more investment in America, over billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we are growing. By the way, we brought an awful lot of people. The whole idea of computer chips, we used to have 40% of the market. We invented those chips, and we lost it because he was sending people to find the cheapest jobs overseas and to bring home a product. So I went to South Korea. I convinced Samsung to invest billions of dollars here in the United States. And guess what? Those fabs, they call to build these chips, those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for them. And there's billions, about $40 billion already being invested and being built right now in the United States, creating significant jobs for Americans from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40 seconds left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would. The idea that somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Name me a single major country president who wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities. We're the most progressive country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and everybody trusts us. All of our allies and those who he coddles up to, from Kim Jong-un, he sends love letters to, and Putin, etc. They don't want to screw around with us.
Thank you. Former President Trump, to follow up, you would be 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters who have concerns about your capabilities to serve?
Well, I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it. But I took 2 cognitive tests. I took physical exams every year. And, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart, and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way, and I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that I'm as in good a shape as I was 25, 30 years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in as good a shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test, and you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor, and then I took another one, a similar one, and one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, anyway. Just take a look at what he says he is, and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a 6.
Okay. We just got to learn it. No fear, no fear.
By the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag. Think you can do it?
That's the biggest lie. It's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I had,
I've seen you swing. I know you swing. Let's not act like children.
President Trump, we're going to turn.
Let's not act like children.
You
to
are
a
a child.
specific concern that voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept
the question was about their health, and it ended with them talking about golf and how Joe Biden's a liar and he's not a 6 handicap.
Is unacceptable.
I have to say that, but
it was
of
pretty
course
funny.
I believe that. It's totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively small number of people that went to the Capitol, and in many cases were ushered in by the police. And as Nancy Pelosi said, it was her responsibility, not mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president, because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent, because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him.
Yeah, I don't know how
his
you're supposed to
policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III, and we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there.
I got into
and Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
Oh, I see the big fucker
You want a World War III.
Oh, my God.
Let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is attack on all. A required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've done. Because we are a powerful nation. We have wonderful people. It's because of the people, not me.
No, this is unwinnable.
People. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world.
What
because
are you
our own
supposed to
safety
do?
is at
You
stake.
can't
And again, you want to have a war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along that border. Then you have a war.
Sanity?
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might.
I don't think it would do anything.
Russia,
bleed
they took a lot of land from Bush.
If you can't
They took
physically
a
hit
lot of land from Obama
Maybe like
and
magic,
Biden.
I guess
They took no land, nothing
be good, yeah.
from Trump. Nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this with... He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia. Because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election, regardless of who wins, yes or no, please?
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level because the people understand it.
Let's see what your numbers are when this election is over. Let's see. You're a whiner. When you lost the first time, you continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all across the country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit, state or local, none. But you continue to provoke this lie about somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no evidence of that at all. And I tell you what, I doubt whether you'll accept it because you're such a whiner. The idea if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
Oh, no.
We'll be right back with more from the CNN presidential debate, live from Georgia.
How fucking long is this thing?
In the furniture business, things move fast.
Yeah, I'm done watching this. It's long as shit.
This weapon deleted me so many times at the beginning of the game.
It's 3 hours, then we're going to see Joe Biden fall over. Frank.
Yeah, he should be.
Dorkin wants to see Biden crank it. He's weird, bro. Dorkin's weird. Dorkin's weird. You know what I wonder? Poison mist.
If Joe Biden cranked it on national television, I'd vote for him.
You know what else I wonder? Hold up. Dude, maybe I got these swords for a reason. Hold up. Dude, I'm being deadly right now. I'm being deadly serious. Hold up. What if he walks in the magma and it fucks him up? Three, two, one, jump. Oh, I missed it. No, are you shitting me, bruh? But I think he knows I figured out his strat, and he's one tapping. Yeah, he did not like that I just discussed that. I should have kept that to myself. I also just got a hot tip about Frost.
Did you?
Yeah. What could that be about?
Alright, he beat that Inquisitor, bitch.
I think he's unaffected by the magma. I think we're running! Run! Holy shit!
And after the back, he's projecting confidence. I mean, he's talking about a story about, telling Ukraine they have to fire that prosecutor. So they feel confident.
Real
It's
quick,
very different
Biden
right now.
Biden has recovered a little bit in the prediction markets. He's currently sitting at 75% to Newsom's 60.
Dude, I gotta kill this guy. I gotta kill him. That is such a long run. He's gotta die. Yeah, I'm getting actual brain rot from this character. Okay.
That's him. That's John Elden Ring.
Fire didn't do anything. I think we just have to parry, bro. I think there is no way around it. So I just gotta parry him and then punch him to death or something? Sorcery scaling 153? Holy moly. Oh, this one does 156. Oh, this is the one you can get like off the start of the game. Okay. The meteorite stuff? That's the one, right? You can just go to the little window and it's sitting there.
Yeah.
That's silly. That'd make me so angry. I guess the other ones do boost different kinds of sorcery. But I feel like even still the gravity sorcery is very strong as well. Ooh. Hmm. Okay. We're pulling out all the stops here.
What's up, Matting Hand?
What, is there a difference between buckler parry and normal parry? This is faster than a regular parry. Interesting. Hold on. That does not seem much faster.
My ass with his fist.
All right. Time for some more CMBT. 3, 2, 1. We got the brain rot. It's all good because it ignores that. Yep. Then we dodge. No, dude, it's like a little AoE bubble he does. Dude, it's so devilish. It's so devilish.
He is evil.
Is always bloodborne. Okay. Uh-huh. Oh no. Okay. No, dude, what's the timing on it? What is the timing? Oh, dude.
I love parrying. I love parrying.
I feel like I'm getting fucking trolled right now. I'll be honest, this does not seem like a normal parryable attack. Like, I'll keep on trying it. I believe.
I think in community, it's always possible that they're just gassing you up. No bullshit.
Brother. You know what I wonder?
What's that?
I wonder if I have to parry the attack whenever he teleports behind me.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Oh my wa. Shindero.
Dude, the Frenzy Flame perfume bottle?
Nani? Shindero. All right. Oh, dude, I think that's it. I think that's the one I have to parry. You goofy.
Goofy, eh?
Oh, dude, he just starts hauling ass. Bro, he starts hauling ass on you.
That guy is so cool.
Miggy, tell me that's not a Bloodborne boss right there.
No, it is 100%. When you made that comment earlier, I'm like, yeah, that is the most Bloodborne boss I've seen in Elden Ring.
What is the timing? Hold up. I'll die this one, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Buddy. Oh, now what is this?
You're gonna own.
Torch? I don't think the torch fucking matters. I take it back.
President and former presidents making their way off the CNN debate stage. Looks like Joe Biden, the first lady, has come out.
Over and over and over again a million times, but then finally it like
16
it changes one thing and does everything
situation
perfectly.
where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair?
You gotta be fucking kidding
The fact
me,
is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes and will not.
I think I get it.
He's starting to believe.
That debate was fun. It's over.
All right, good night, Dorkin.
Oh no, I'm staying up. I'm up. I'm up. I'm up.
He sees me.
What's up?
But no, Hurley, I did all the Manus Metter stuff after, all very doable.
Okay, Roger Dodger. I'm down here though in the abyss where you're at right now.
Yeah, let me know when you figure out how to parry this guy.
I will definitely attempt to. I'm gonna try to sneak past him originally and see if if we're just missing something super fucking simple.
I figured you'd be too afraid to try it. Don't tell me any bosses you see. I knew you were gonna do that shit. I might have to mute you.
Which guy is that? Strada. Looks funny.
That's John Madness.
John Madden.
John Madden.
That's John Madden.
Yeah, it's John Madness right there, dude. He's a little cuckoo. And there's some big rats down here.
He's a little cuckoo caca.
No wonder everybody's fucking crazy with all these fucking rats everywhere.
Dude, there's no way. I wish I had that long ass thing. I know it wouldn't be helpful here, but still. Yeah, I might have to go back and do that. To not be locked onto and then like.
Well, you cannot backstab him. I'll let you know that right now. Well, you cannot backstab him. I'll let you know that right now.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 5, 3. A little bit too late. All right, go ahead, buddy. Let's reset that try. At least it's close to the side of grace. Let's reset that try. At least it's close to the side of grace. That's not good.
That doesn't give me hope for the hair. That doesn't give me hope for the.
Yeah, are you wearing the concealing? Are you wearing the and the Krapus's vial?
Well, you only need one of them. So there is an armor set that will muffle your movement as well. I think it's the. I should have it there. No way I don't.
Oh.
I think you're thinking of the ebony mail from Skyrim.
No, not.
No, there's one in this game. You get it from the snow area.
Yeah, Andre knows.
I just like to let Hurley tell me things that I already know.
Yeah, he's really.
I think it empowers him.
He's really good at that.
You didn't know that, did you? See what you fucking making me do, Dworkin?
Me? It sounds like a Hurley problem.
You don't know nothing, Dworkin. You don't know nothing. You're just a big dummy.
I was say, Dorkin, you don't have the armor he's talking about, so maybe you were listening. That's why I didn't say, I already know this, I already know this. And it is very cool armor. wish there was an easier way to sort through this in my inventory. Doesn't it look like blades? Wide blade?
It's the assassin.
This one, black knife armor. There it is.
Yeah.
Is there a way to get down to this backside area in the DLC early?
You can go to any place in the DLC at any time you want, I believe.
Except for
yeah.
Except for where?
Well, except for the place where you fight the last boss is blocked off very early on by the shadow thing surrounding the castle, which you see.
Hello. Fuck you.
I'd say spend a lot of time looking at your map.
That's
I'm gonna freak out. Alright, let's do it again.
I found an ancient dragon stone. Very excited about. Now I just don't know what weapon to use.
Well, there.
Okay, hold up.
Boom, roasted.
I think I'm in a different area than Andre currently.
Is my stream delayed again? I fucking turned off the delay. It's delayed as fuck. So fucking.
What an area.
I've done research, but I'm not gonna say what the research has led me to find out.
Dude, I did it! I did it! Oh.
You parried him?
No, I had the timing right, but I just fucked something up. I think I was facing the wrong way. They got shooting with a jar cannon.
Hey, give it your best shot, brother. No name on the screen. So I'm gonna call him Dingleberry Face. Hate this guy. Alrighty. How far off the right track am I, Miggy?
Oh, you're not. You're not far off, literally at all.
I'm angry then.
You're on the track, I'll say that much.
I don't think you understand how angry I am then.
I know.
Maybe I can get him to teleport again if I run the other way? The only, I don't think it's gonna be annoying if I sit through a loading screen every try. That's annoying. But it's still there. Oh, are you? Now we're mixing it up? We're doing the mix-up on us, Mr. Dingleberries? Look at you, disgusting bastard. Maybe there'll be another one up here. I just need to change the scenery. I just thought I came.
Oh yeah, you want to hear the coolest thing?
What's up? There's multiple?
There's not. There's more than one.
That's what I kind of figured.
I just supposed to.
Where did I come? No,
This just doesn't make sense.
These sheep are mad. Okay. Oh, loot. Oh, enemies. Oh, wait. I wonder if there's any magic that works on those goobers. Whoa, these guys' swords look sick. Okay. Holy dooly.
Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Okay. Play games? Here's your prize, dude. Here's your prize. I was just trying to hang out, go get the loot, start getting off-shotted for no reason. I should be heading towards waypoint 1. So I wonder if there's this whole place you can't use your horse, because I kind of fuck with that. Jeez, that scared the fuck out of me. Combined with this guy showing up, dude. Holy fuck. Jesus.
Leroy the Beast.
Oh my fucking god, dude. I gotta close my door in a second. That was scary as shit. What's up?
Oh. There's a ambulance outside.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Blake, no spoilers, please, I beg.
Ah, fuck. Oh, join ranks him. This game never makes it easy. Fine.
Where are you trying to get?
I'm just trying to get down. I'm in the Morth Ruins.
And you're trying to get down that hole that you see?
Yeah.
Look around the ruins a little bit deeper.
Is it not in this one sunken stairs?
Not the one that lets you see down there, no.
Okay.
There's another one.
Okay.
There is a jump you can do, but you notice all the red blood stains around it as well.
Yeah, I just joined the ranks.
So use your best judgment. Oh, okay, this is what it was. I need to battle this guy. Back to your bird brain. Man. What a joke. Oh my goodness. Oh no! Okay, yo, get vigor checked. Oh no. Oh no!
Yep. All the goddamn time.
Molly. See, that's the bad side of using shields, but it's so few and far between the times that happens. Where they'll do an execution on the shield break.
Oh my.
Found it?
No.
I'm looking for a man-sized doorway. Pretty concealed.
No, I'm fighting those things with the two blades. It's like in the Matrix, and then I'm fighting.
They fly across the map?
Yeah, I'm fighting him, and then a random just came and bit me in the ass.
Yeah, those guys are hard.
I really hate them. I got his, I found his blades, though. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I upgraded those. They're very nice.
Are they?
You can throw them. Yeah, you can throw them as well with throwing weapon. Anything with Smith grip is throwing.
But you said I'm looking for a very man-sized hole.
It's like a doorway-ish stairway. I think it's like a descending stairway to a dilapidated building. If I remember correctly. Being angry, I was like, wow, that's fucking annoying that the way you look down is humongous, and then the way you go down is
completely different. Is it in the ruins, though?
Uh-huh.
Dude, I don't know if my stream is wildly delayed or not. It's really pissing me off.
I'm trying to think. My brain is wild. Oh my.
Jesus Christ.
I need
this
those
guy's
gloves.
fucking owning you.
I need those gloves, dude, even though they're not going to do anything to any real unless that's how... I wonder if you can kill those guys with madness. But that wouldn't make sense because they do madness, you know? So, like, why would they be susceptible to their own thing? I don't know.
English or Spanish?
Man,
what does that mean, by the way? I've seen that recently.
English or Spanish?
Yeah.
But it's just like a hip young meme that...
yeah, I guess I'm,
You're an old green card?
Yeah.
You did not see that one,
no, I did not.
I think this would go a lot faster if I stopped trying to use shitty weapons on them, but their weapons are fun.
That is an idea that has been had. It may be the greatest idea you've ever had.
But I can use my striking, piercing swords on them. And that's an offer I can't pass up. I want to upgrade these things really bad. I don't know if I... Well, I guess right now, hold up. I'm not just going to talk about it and beat it. Yeah, press that. Straight to the round table. I gotta start hitting that hotkey more often. Once a bunch of times, but it doesn't keep working out for some reason.
We get a prediction that, like, the next 25 times you gotta parry that one free, it just won't happen because it looks unwinnable, but it isn't.
I mean, it's just like, I don't get how you're supposed to face the guy. Like, bro, that's like a fucking reaction, like a sub 100 millisecond reaction time test of changing direction and parrying in the same move. You know what I mean?
I don't know if it's a teleport move or not. I didn't read that far. I know that it should be parrying.
He does it once whenever I'm too far away from him. He'll teleport and do a move that pushes me directly. And I think that's the only way he directly touches me. I think. I could be way off there. That's what it feels like. Because the other one, dude, I mean, you saw. I saw him start carrying every fucking frame of that shit. I don't know.
Let me read a little bit more.
It's kind of a unit.
They do have a name. And by name, I mean it's just fucking weird.
What should I put on striking / piercing?
It's America. America.
Is that? Is that? I think it is.
Oh, the big dog's on here too. Let's go.
What's up, man? Watch our fearless leader debate.
Man, how good was it?
Dude.
All right. Well,
I streamed it. It was great.
You ruined it?
I've read it.
It was hilarious.
Right back.
Alright.
Nice, get fucking owned, bitch. That's what Dortmund did the entire time we're asking him questions about it, though. So get owned. That's karma.
To be fair, it was very like they were blasting.
To be fair, I had it turned all the way up, so I couldn't hear my own Discord that I'm sitting in.
I did.
I'm a retard.
I did.
Yeah,
I couldn't find the right number.
I couldn't scroll the volume bar right.
I could
hear my friends.
I was also.
Andre, I've got
I was doing.
Bad news, Andre.
What's up, dude?
I mean, some terrible fucking news.
What's up?
There's one attack that you parry. It's the wand attack.
Who?
The one where he grabs you and fucking sucks out your entire HP. That's the only variable thing on him.
So it's not the first thing.
Charlotte, I don't know where you found this doorway.
Oh yeah, it's nice and cool here. Thank goodness. Found the what?
This doorway.
It's there, dude.
Wait a minute. Is it right next to it? Are you?
Yeah, you're about to be upset when you find it. That's what I said.
Oh my god. Yeah, no,
I was
this is it.
unhappy.
You're fucking me. You're actually fucking me.
Yeah, it's going to be a recurring thing when you try to get to the places. It's going to be like that. Where you're like, wow, that's right there. And then you're going to be upset. But it's all good. I think that's a common experience here. At least, at the worst, just know anywhere that's not clearly displayed for you to get to, I had the issue that you just had.
Oh, dude.
I had the same one there. I've had the same one getting to anywhere in the
Anywhere, right?
But I love it. I haven't looked shit up. I've asked people. I've asked the chat. I've asked fucking people in the Discord. But I don't want to look stuff up straight up because that's like.
It's also very annoying. It's also very annoying to look it up. It's like how to get to this area. Like I don't feel like doing that. Like I like the little things where if I can look at a map real quick and then I can disseminate it from just looking at the map quickly. Whereas instead of finding a video, seeing this guy starts where he runs. It just seems very annoying. And like, even though word on my own, it's just time consuming.
Yeah, but that's part of the joy for me, because then whenever they finally find it out or like figure it out, it feels good. If I don't get that, it's holy fucking moly! Those rats do some damage, bro.
Golden Arcs, what is
McDonald's.
Huh.
Yeah, it's the Golden Arcs.
You got McDonald's in Elden Ring, dude? They're really...
Holy. Yeah, I love these weapons. These things are... Is this a DLC weapon, or was this base game and I just never found it?
Which weapon?
DLC.
It's not. Something I need to fix?
No, I gotta do them.
It's a lizard greatsword, though. Magic Hater 69. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. I want this guy's little sword that he's carrying there. I hope I can get it. It looks cool.
Shirtless.
You're shirtless on stream right now with your nipples out?
Dude, I hit.
Balls exposed on stream?
Pretty sick.
Taint and balls exposed on stream live.
I wonder if my YouTube will get a strike. Apparently, CNN didn't want anyone streaming.
I think they fucked themselves.
I think they fucked themselves. Sued.
For what?
I'm gonna go on a quick WALK.
You could argue that it's considered.
Be safe.
Where's he going?
On a WALK. Probably hit that both. Probably come home, get giddy with it.
What is that?
Yeah, you can decipher the statement I just said. And
A
then you'll figure it out.
DWLK?
This man doesn't hear.
Airwalks. The shoe? You never heard of those?
Brooklyn's never walked before.
Oh, what is this one? Oh, yeah. That uses my health, though? Ooh, no. I don't know if I like that.
Oh yeah, Bloody Slash?
Yeah. Am I going back the way I came? Hurley, did you parry one of them yet?
Oh fuck no, devil. Have you? I had to step away for a minute.
No, I went to a different place and now I gotta kill a bird guy with my leveled up swords.
That's fair.
The homies.
How many ancestral or the scattered things you have in the DLC? Things to upgrade?
There's a lot. There is. I got spoiled. I didn't get spoiled on the number. I got spoiled. I was scrolling through my TikTok and I was like, here, let me show you where all the fragments are at in the fucking DLC. I don't remember. Like, there's so many that even if I wanted to remember even a single one, I couldn't. There's so many.
There's so many. I did get spoiled on the number though, but I don't know how true that is. You want to know? I think it's right. I think it's 20.
No.
40?
Way more than 20.
Yeah, or 40. That's
Next time I'm at a thing of great, because is it a 1-to-1 upgrade still, even as you level up?
No, it's
nah, like I need 3 for.
And what level is you think?
I think the first one that you can upgrade is 7, and then the second one is like I think 5.
Mine is 16.
Yours is 16?
16 and the second one too. So there's a lot. There is a.
Does that bitch say on stream? What she say? You try to get your chance? Is that what she said to you on there?
Try to take you to the
Yep.
Oh, I like that. I like it when your heavy attack is a... Is that shooting? Bro.
Okay, that's the fucking...
Yeah, this is my favorite weapon in the game. Bro, it shoots the forked tongue out of the mouth.
Bro, it's so foggy. How am I supposed to know you're there?
Oh, dude, it's got range on it. It's not broken range. Not broken range. But pretty damn good. Range. It's got some pretty damn good range for a great sword, dude. Damn, why does my favorite weapon have to be a meme-ass looking weapon? What the heck, dude? I'll be honest, for a little bit it was just for speed. You know what, this thing looks nice and neutral. I'll take it. I'll take this and be my favorite. I mean, dude, this is just a better version of it. Because it's a great sword and, like, a gun.
Upside down jar, and instead of like the lid, it's just a nutsack hanging out.
That would be foul. That game would be unstreamable. To be honest, I'm kind of lost. But yeah, the fact that you get this move, the dual overhead attack or whatever, and also a ranged attack with your right trigger, that in my opinion is very, very strong in a moveset.
I think it's very, very good. That and PvP would be insane because nobody's gonna know that it shoots a projectile. You know what I mean?
Especially if I'm dual wielding them, because they're gonna be like, oh, he just has a dual wield, like, whatever these things look like. Let's see what this dude. Okay, I see.
I wonder
if
so
it's not broken in an actual fight. I'm sure it does. I have bleed on these. And I know that, yeah, it just proc from that. Yeah, so it'll proc from the projectile. Which seems very broken on the throwing weapons that you can throw really fast. It's good on these, of course. But even more so on the spammable throwers, like the throwing knife and the circs, whatever those things are called.
Yeah, realistically, like, you're just getting free build-up without the ability to punish because they have to close distance.
I'm afraid that I'm going to jump down here and it's going to be one of those little goobers just waiting for me.
Yeah, that's my phobia right now, is the same exact fucking conundrum. I went into a foggy area and there was one of them there waiting for me. Apparently he could see me, I could not see that motherfucker.
Oh, man. Yup. Yeah, do your little magic, dude. Do your little magic. I like it. Oh, yeah. And the other thing, why I like these more than the other Smith's weapons, is because when the Smith's projectile resets, it like disappears out of their body. But this thing like stays in like arrows do. So he just looks like a goofy ass with 3 prongs sticking out of him right now.
Poor guy.
I'm about to be the goofy ass, bro. Oh, dude, he's learning. I'm not. Oh, dude, he's better. He downloaded me. Oh, dude, he's got me. God, the range on that is good. I got it, dude.
Yeah, fuck that guy. At least crazy there's a madness boxing hand, you know what I mean?
I guess PvP, possibly?
Yeah, I just do that.
Because I get dude, I have the poison 1 +9. I get that one. I'm on board with that. But like I said, as a bike spear user, madness is cool, but you will not see it proc often. Try stealth. Beware of strong foe, except no strong foe ahead. Huh? So you're saying there was one in the fog.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'll just parry him if he gets too close. I'll shoot him with the force tongue of this thing. Be wary of rat. But it looks funny as funny ass weapon. It might be a quest thing that I might have screwed up though. Based on what it is.
Is it like Radon's balls or cock or something?
It's a mini tree.
Oh, that's sick.
But like I said, considering the story or the way I did my story. Oh wait, no, I'm in a new game right now, so I can rewrite history. Hold up. I can be the good guy this time. There's like 2 more weapons. Frenzy flame for Also, Hurley, did you read the patch notes at all?
I did not. Why?
I was gonna ask if you saw if they touched the perfume bottles at all.
I saw that they are pretty strong.
All I remember yesterday, since I wasn't built into them or leveled up at all, they were doing solid damage for level 1s, of course, but I remember the one thing that stood out is they were breaking the enemy's poise like non-stop, and I tried it today and they weren't anymore.
Maybe they changed that, because that's what I was doing as well.
Yeah, it was kind of I was using the level 1 ones, and I wasn't even killing the things, but their poise was just constantly broken. Like they were in the kneeling state the entire time.
Fuck yeah, America!
What's up, Keith?
welcome back. So, mate, that was the funniest debate I've ever watched. Man. It was hilarious.
My favorite was when they started talking about golf. That's my favorite.
Yeah, I've seen your swing.
He's a liar. He's a liar. He's not an 8 handicap or a 6 handicap, and then he said, "I'm an 8." No, at first he said 6.
Yeah, 6, and then he said 8.
And then he said 8. It's so fucking. Donald Trump having his mic like forcibly muted was the best thing that could have happened for him.
Actually, because I watch it through through a podcast.
Yeah,
he said a good thing. He turned around and said that basically, what they called the fucking CNN or whatever, basically said, "Yep, there you go, Trump." Like they've helped Trump.
Yeah.
With this debate, basically.
Yeah, I was amazed.
Because if you look at every other debate that they've done with Trump, they've always interrupted him, fucking stopped him, corrected him, done all this sort of stuff. They didn't do it once.
I couldn't believe it. That was the most honorable CNN debate that Donald Trump. I was amazed. I was like, oh my god, I want Joe Biden just up there looking like a fucking corpse.
I thought you would have watched it, Andre.
What? I watch the highlight reels when they come up. Is it though? Going into the set itself, they're talking about golf up there, bro.
No, it was actually. I mean,
and whenever we're sitting here asking you what they were talking about, I'm like, what views? And we were like,
I mean, listen,
I only kept on laughing. You're like, he looks like a corpse. So I'm like, okay, it's just like.
All right, whatever. You had to see it. It was insane.
You had to be there, Andre.
He was just staring.
But it's more of like, what's the word? Opening your eyes, not opening your eyes, I guess. And looking at how your country's being run. If that makes sense. That's why. That's more of a reason to watch the debate and actually.
It was just
go out and vote.
It didn't really, dude. That debate didn't mean nothing to me. I didn't even want to watch it.
No, but it doesn't mean anything to you because you're backing Trump, right?
Yeah.
You're a Republican. Yeah. So to you, nothing's going to change.
Exactly. 100%.
That debate was all for Democrats. That's all it was for. If anything.
Why are you saying that I should?
Well, no, not you. Not necessarily, but I meant like you're saying like it doesn't change. But I'm saying in like Americans in general, like unless you're a Republican and what's the name, like if you're on the fence, you should watch a debate. If you're a Democrat, you should watch a debate. If you're a Republican, you're just gonna back Trump anyway. Or if you're a Republican that hates Trump, well then you should be watching.
Me personally, I'm waiting for a new set of faces before I start caring again.
Yeah, well, Newsom's fucking there now.
He is the worst fucking thing.
Isn't he fucking...
You know, apparently he was at the debate, yeah.
Yeah, he was at the debate, and apparently the numbers for Joe Biden dropped like 20 points during that, and Newsom gained like 10 in favorability. Some shit. Dude, so...
Got until September, I think it is, the next one. September, 10th of September or something.
I don't know if that guy doesn't drop dead, but I just hate it.
I think they were like, yep.
You know why I hated watching that? It's because I knew everything that was going to come out of Joe Biden's mouth was just a fucking lie, and it was. He said the very fine people. When they just came out and said that lied and that Trump never said it. Fucker still out and said it. Why are these things such tanks?
Miggy, let me ask you this. You still here, Miggy? He had critical information for the mission.
I think he's done. He's cooked himself.
Oh yeah, he said he was
here?
going for a he said he was going for a walk. I forgot.
Hey, what's up? Hello, I just got back.
Whenever the guy that you saw parried, I don't know if you did see someone, but was it with the buckler parry or just a normal, or it doesn't matter?
I'll look up a video because I didn't watch a video. I just looked up.
Try a normal parry. Maybe I'll try a normal parry. Okay, so you're saying... Okay.
I defeat the... Okay, I found it. I'll watch the video.
Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna catch magic round. That's fine. And then we're gonna parry the move.
This guy's using a buckler.
Oh no! 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 No!
You found the timing though.
I don't remember it. It was just luck, bro. It was just lucky. It was so lucky.
I've now seen the exact frame that you need to parry.
You've seen the light?
Yeah, I've seen the light.
Oh. I hope I start seeing it real quick.
Yeah, I'm about to
Hurley's dead. Hurley's dead.
Hurley's making himself.
But I'm convinced if you have any actual rune on the field, things try to kill you harder.
100%.
Which I don't care about being a rune guy, but still. He's just like different than anything else. This time he did this stupid move. This is the time I kill him. This is the time I put him to sleep, bro. St. Trina's sword, don't you fail me.
Yeah, I was literally putting my headset on as soon as you said, oh wait, he said he was going for a walk after gore.
Oh, no. Nice. Perfect timing. Alright. What did I say? What did I say? I called that. I called that was going to happen. He swallowed my ring. What is that?
I have no fucking clue.
I pick up so much shit that I don't even know what it is, dude. Like, what is the half this shit? Oh, it's like crafting items still, but... Where did it come from? Oh, is this it? Swollen grape. Exceedingly rare to find. Okay.
Just a crafting item?
Yeah.
I think so. Alright, where's the next one? I'll have these guys download. I think I saw another one roaming around that way.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of them roaming around just that area, that entire area.
Do they respawn?
No.
Oh. Oh, I found my next one. These dudes are cooked, bro.
You're about to fucking actually just commit a genocide in game, of course.
They're taking so many of my lives, but don't die. Arcane skin. It looks kind of sick with the set. Oh, is this sword good? Regalia
It looks good. How the fuck would you pronounce that?
Eo Kid?
I don't know. Really just got mod. Harley, where's the next guy that I can kill? I need more of them grapes, and then I'm gonna figure out what the grapes are for. One thing
I've been getting grapes the whole time.
Did you find something more in this area?
I found an area. This area.
Oh ha. Okay.
What are you trying to summon a demon right now?
No, that's how to pronounce that word. That's how to pronounce that word.
You wanna run that back? How do you say that?
I can't remember what I just did.
Yeah, you just summoned fucking a demon to the 8th layer of hell.
Oha or Ohed. Ohed.
Are you saying it's from the Muslim pronunciation?
I think it's Irish.
Okay, so there's one waiting for me in the fall. Roger that. I think I found out what you're talking about. I think this is the fall. Someone left a message and said, first off, back down my body. This guy's gonna kill me 30 more times, but he will die. Where is he? Hello?
Oh, he's in there.
My screen is so bright. I think I found him. I think I'm scared. Oh, shit. Okay. No, I fucked it up. Dude. Oh, I fucked it. I gotta go back there and kill him.
You got
first.
fucking.
I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh, there's a Steak of America? Oh, dude, too easy.
That's sick. Yeah,
that's. You gotta be shitting me. Everything's going right and wrong at the same time. Alright, headphones plugged back in. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Alright, they work. I'm gonna go back there.
So did this Keith guy mog Dork? Just never come back, or did he come back in 20 minutes I took him on the walk?
Keep the beast. I like it when he mogs Dworkin.
It's so funny.
Oh, he mogged me.
That shit. Yeah, get shit on Dworkin.
Oh wait, he did
crying?
mog me.
Really? Why are you crying? What's wrong?
I don't know why Hurley's.
Dude, do I really pronounce my girl the same as I say hurl?
Yes.
Girly? Hurley? I hear a difference on the stream, so maybe it's just a me thing. Love you. Love you. Now lay down. Stop bothering me. Don't bark at me, asshole.
Alright. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. Holy fuck, dude. Thank god they. Yeah, oh my Jesus fuck.
I ask my dog sometimes to please shut the fuck up.
That's him. That's John Madness. Okay. It's very hard to stagger.
Alright. Here's what's about to happen.
Alright.
Murder in the flesh. You're about to watch one of these little grape heads get deleted. First off, get in my 10 room.
You gotta get
3, 2, 1, jump! Oh! There we go. Yup. Yes, sir. Sit your ass down, Grapey. That's what I thought. You know what I'm saying, Hurley? I'm not taking any shit from these guys anymore.
Good.
I did it! Yippee! Well done. Yippee! Yippee! I want to go home and then edge.
Dude.
You guys ever played Destiny 2?
Yeah, once.
You ever see that show Tom and Jerry?
Yeah, once.
Only once?
Yeah, just once a bunch of times.
You're probably just watching PBS Kids.
Love watching.
I do like public broadcasting, fucking communications, whatever.
What color is the PBS Kids logo, Hurley?
Green.
Yes, sir. Sure is. Or was.
I don't know if it still is.
Little goofy ass face. Burned into my brain for some reason. Oh, another grape spotted. Am I close to any sight? I need a sight of grace so I can just run back on this fool. I think I see one way down yonder. Is that one? I think so. Or it's loot off in the distance in the yonder. Either way, this grape head steps to me, bro. I'm gonna chop his block.
Bro, I don't think you can say that on Twitch. Call people grape heads.
Have you seen him? He drops grapes, bro. I think it's grape head.
I don't think those are grapes. I think you should look at the item description of those.
Swollen grape. An eyeball of the frenzied flame that has swollen from within.
Well.
Swollen grape. You think about it, grape, eyeball, same thing.
Yeah.
Tastes the same anyways.
Yeah, eyeballs taste a little bit better, to be honest.
Oh, and I can go up right there. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Oh, I can wiggle my control cord, but we're good, we're good. I've got a grape to murder. What is that? Is that multiple grapes? Hurley, is there multiple grape heads in one location? Oh. Well, surely if I just...
Scary?
Come here, grapey. Yeah, it's me. You see me?
Grapist?
Yeah, come here. Not the one behind you. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. 1, 2, 3. Jump. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I fucked up. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Alright, we got it next time. Damn, so we're gonna have to do it back-to-back times, though? I guess technically. Wait, what's that debuff I get? That thing looks cool. There's like a little skeleton thing. I think it's madness. Oh. Oh, it just spawned me. That works. I... All good. Yep. You know what I'm saying, Hurley?
Yeah, kinda.
These great people can't keep us down.
The greatest.
In one fell swoop, they taught me how to parry, and I think that was the biggest mistake they've ever done.
That was a bit of a fucking blunder, huh?
Yeah, that was a big one.
Now you got them downloaded.
No, not these guys. But now that I know you pretty much get a backstab off of a parry, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't even have to go behind him to get the backstab. Hell yeah, bro. No, I fucked up. I fucked it up. Damn it, damn it, damn it. So I think... Okay. I think I gotta figure it out. I think when you raise your hand, I press the button.
I'm stunned.
Alright, let's do this thing. Perfect, perfect. No! Okay. I'm pressing it too early. I'm pressing it too early. Oh, okay. We got it. Early, don't worry, we got it.
He's cooking.
Don't worry, I'll go in your game and I'll kill you guys. Don't worry about it. There's not a talk. I'll show you take all this early to worry. We have a deal breaker.
After I went
It's me.
If I'm mad, it's your fault.
Oh, I did it too fucking slow. Damn it, bro.
So I guess you're trying to smack it before you cast?
It's like you have to cast it while his arm is already mid-swing. But if it's too late, then it'll hit you with the AoE from the swing. I felt like I had it down. I think it's just repetition. Oh no, you gotta be kidding me. Dude, pressure makes fucking diamonds, son. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Worth it. you see what them damn rats did to me? What the
That
hell?
motherfucker's dead.
What do you... I guess I should... What can you make with these, swollen grapes?
I'll look it up.
Probably like swollen wine.
Oh, shit.
Swollen jam.
Surging frenzied flame. Why are you crying like that? It sounds like you're in pain.
Sad, dude.
It sounds like you're in pain. Why are you doing that?
My existence is pain.
Alright, fine. I'll lay down with you for a little bit. A little fucking attention whore.
I don't even think I have the blueprint to make those things, dude.
You need the Mad Craftsman Cookbook 3.
And what kind of item is it?
It's uses FP to spew frenzied flame.
Oh, is it like a one-time craft thing?
I think. I don't know if it's
Frenzy Flamestone?
Yeah, I think it is a one-time thing. Like you do. No, not that. It's just called Surging Frenzied Flame.
Or is it consumable?
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna lay with her for a bit so she stops crying.
Okie dokie. Surging. Yeah, I definitely don't have the book for it. Maybe I'll find it here, though. Maybe that's the point.
Hey, do you like the gray katana?
Which one?
The one you get from the DLC.
Which one?
Ah, the one that was right in front of the dragon.
Yeah, I think that thing's fantastic. Any weapon that you can put, well, it's like you can't do Scarlet Rot and a few other things, but any weapon that I can put, like, choose, if like, I want bleed, cold, poison, magic, anything like that. Oh, I just got the Mad Craftsman's Cookbook. Those weapons are generally my favorite. Because then whenever you go up against a boss, it's like resilient to your weapon type, bro. Just go in the thing and change its type. Too easy. That's why I have, like, one of my boss killing weapons was just a level 25 pike. You know the thing you get at the beginning of the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just one of those level 25, but I had fire on it for whatever boss I was fighting. Because then I don't have to use my nice smithing stones either, because I think with the exception of the one that gets it to plus 25, which I think those might even be pretty common as well.
I don't know.
I'm fighting a lot of them in the DLC.
Yeah, I found it.
Yeah, me too.
Which I like. That tells me they want me to use all these new weapon types I got. So I do. Oh, what's up yonder? Oh, that goes under... Could I have gone down here this whole time? Hell no, I couldn't have, bro. What's that go up to? That's gotta go up to something. They wouldn't just... Or would they? Would they just put some BS down here for no reason, really?
Probably not.
This thing looks sick.
Get all these fucking crying.
Oregon going through Africa be like.
Everything's swerving.
Have you gotten up to the top right finger area, Andre?
One moment. I've been to 3 of them. I don't know if that answers any questions, but I'll open my map once I
feel like that brings more questions, because I've only found one of them.
RS?
Yeah. I've got the map for the second, though.
One of them does not show up on the map.
Maybe I have to get to that bridge, but how do I get to that green area? Is that a floating island or something?
But I will say, you've been to the place, how you get to it. 100,000,000%. At least, yeah, because you're the one that told me about how to get there. Yeah, so you've been there.
The water area?
Let's just say everything in the church is not in the sequence. Have you been to the beach as well?
Yeah, I've been to the purple area or blue area, whatever.
So you were asking about the finger one to the northeast?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one's convoluted as hell. You need a what's the damn thing called? A gesture.
Oh.
Yeah, it's one of them.
Which gesture?
It's one of the 2 that I have equipped right now. And let me pull them up. It's either let us go. I think it's O Mother. If you have the O Mother one.
Let's see.
The only thing with the sheath sword is it kind of looks like a pecker.
Looks like a little pecker.
So to get the, if I remember correctly, now I'm gonna bugger the hell out of the location. So I'm very, very sorry about that. But if I had to, off the top of my brain, guess, like, and this is a super educated, I'm gonna go there myself, so I can. Because I know what the place looks like. I just need to. I'm not gonna send you on a wild goose chase. Give me a sec. I'm pretty sure you get it from over here at a tree because I was disappointed. I was like, what the fuck? I got an emote from a tree? That sucks. Yeah. So go to the Boner Village.
Yeah, I'm there.
And then go to the north side of the village, I believe. Yes. Go to the north side of the village, and there'll be a tree and an item awaiting you there. It'll be past, like, outside of the village. There's like a north,
the
on
fucked
the
up
face.
looking dog. Okay, yeah, I got that, John.
Okay, and then now you will come to. Give me a sec. I gotta refine it myself. I think Tree Worship Passage. It's one of those. It's like it's a little. I left a message there though. I wonder if it has any upvotes. I got two positives. Nice.
Nice.
But no, it's like so fucking maybe if you're like really into the games and you get it, but for like me, simple brain me.
Is it in front of the statue?
Yeah, it's like a tiny little room off to the side with with candles on the left and right of it, and there's a statue in there, and you emote in front of the statue.
Is it up the lift there?
I think so.
Oh, that makes sense.
I'm going to go check right now. My gut's telling me it is though. I'm just not trying to tell you like all kinds of places and not actually be sure. I know it's in a castle-looking place, and my brain is telling me since this is so close to, like, over there, it had to be right here somewhere.
guess you just text her.
Yeah. I frost their feet.
Bean frosted.
Oh shit.
I found a tooth whip.
Yeah, equip that thing. It looks disgusting.
I imagine you actually mean disgusting and not cool.
It looks pretty foul. Whoever came up with it is creative. This doesn't feel right. Like, I was running down the hallway like this, and then the main way you would go would be through a doorway like this, and then on the right side, it's a little room you go in with, it's like orange lit with candles, and in the middle of it, it's a statue. I don't think it was locked. I'm gonna keep on looking around Shadow Keep. It's somewhere around here, I think.
Also look around, I reckon.
I can't open my map. Hello? There's an enemy here somewhere owning me. I like this armor though. Looks like bloody Mike's armor.
Yeah, I also got that armor, and I think it looks very fucking cool. Have you
it
got...
makes you do more damage, but it
makes you
do more damage. Take more damage as well.
Have you found the Oathseeker Knight armor yet?
What color is it?
It is black and gold.
I don't think so.
It's pretty sweet.
See, the issue is, because this one makes me do more damage and take more damage. And the reason that's an issue is because that's challenging my ego, dude.
How dare they?
You're telling me you're gonna give me some sick ass that makes me do more damage for every piece I'm wearing, but I also take more damage for every piece I'm wearing? Like, bro, you're challenging my ego, and I gotta wear the armor.
If you can damage, manage.
Exactly, dude. Okay, so I went too deep. Stand by.
Well, we don't often receive visitors. I am Emir. Welcome to Manus Meta.
Hold
it
up,
is
it's
a
coming back.
pleasure to have you. In lands so forsaken as these, seeing that we have convened here, allow me to mark the...
Pull laden and...
This sounds more right. Why does it sound more right? This sounds so right. Hold up, Hurley. I think we're in. I found it. You're gonna want to go to Shadowkeep back gate. And I was wrong. It's not candles on the sides. It's spears, bro. Imagine that.
What's just giving it?
Shadowkeep, the Church District entrance, or
before you fight the Hog Rider.
It's
just called Shadowkeep back gate.
Yep, in there.
I was just given a necklace.
Good.
Yeah. How?
Very nice of them.
Ow.
Oh, here it is. And then there's the mother statue. Have mercy for spirited away shamans.
Did you see my gesture there? Or my message there?
No, it's not showing up for me. Give me
I wonder if it doesn't show up since I already opened the door.
No, it shows up. It shows up. It's just, yikes. What? Game. Don't back it. Stupid.
Oh, welcome back.
Welcome back to you.
I don't know what Discord was playing up there. I wouldn't connect.
I think it boosts your item discovery when people positively rate your messages, if I'm not mistaken.
Keith, you gotta listen to Tucker Carlson, who's in your neck of the woods.
You want to watch a funny YouTube?
What?
You want to watch a funny YouTube of Tucker Carlson one?
He's in Australia?
Yeah, have you watched it?
I've probably seen it. Which part is he talking about?
When he was at the Hyatt Hotel.
Yeah, and he was talking about, and the reporter asked him something.
Yeah. If you watched the whole YouTube though?
I didn't watch the entire, his entire speech, but I watched it.
Right, so...
Thank you, Andre, for your fact.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This area that you're going into is one of my favorite in the game, and you're gonna see a familiar face.
Oh
my God! Is that John Elden Ring making a return?
Yes, sir. Their armor's so cool. I love it. Back down to attempt parrying and getting killed.
Yep. Fucking hate these guys.
I like that it's like very. I mean, you can sneak past him, but I like that with my brain, I'm just learning to parry by these guys. Like that's the only. Can't back down from a challenge like
I feel like
that,
I'm
dude.
about to get on him. Oh.
Oh wait, I forgot this thing's a gun.
Fuck that dude up.
Did you?
Yeah. And make it double.
Jesse James. This thing is so sick. Norv, you need to get your hands on one of these weapons, dude.
What weapon's that?
It is the Blood Lizard Greatsword. You will find it in the dungeons from the little shitters with the little dungeon shitters that jump around that are made out of stone. The green and gray guys. They look like little midgets.
Oh yeah, those little fuckers.
Yeah, those guys will drop this thing, and this thing, your R2 shoots a projectile, but everything else acts like a normal greatsword, so it is very, very fun. Lizard Greatsword.
The gray lizard scale sword weapon.
Great Lizard Assault Rifle.
Only semi-automatic.
Dude, look at this op shot right here. Interrupts their spells. Oh. Oh, and that's so nice. That my jumping R2 is still a jumping, like, heavy instead of a jumping projectile.
So nice.
Yeah, I think I'm a glaze over this weapon. This thing is my favorite so far. I was very prepared for it from the DLC to be the Smith's Grip Spear, but that thing's damage as well is kind of... I think I have that thing plus 19.
Pretty sad damage.
Bishop, that was a cool thing to watch. Yeah, I don't know if Biden... I don't know. They must have taped a tape record. Yeah, he should have been. Honestly, I don't really give a shit.
Who's Bishop talking to you?
Oh, me.
Well,
Yeah.
directly to you.
Yeah, the stream.
Yeah, my stream, dude. Streaming.
Oh, you actually stream now?
I'm on YouTube.
What?
You know that?
No.
This guy.
What do you mean? You never get on Discord?
I've been on. I'm on more than I have been.
You got on yesterday and today, bro.
I was on 3 nights ago. I wasn't on the night or last night. Yeah, I'm curious how RFK would have done. I know. Still a liberal in my mind, so stuff's a little... what Democrats used to. hate that was probably Trump's best fucking do.
Yeah, this thing's ridiculous, dude. This thing is ridiculous. Oh, wait, was that just... Okay.
Fucking cat's going sick.
I think that's the fog that I went through. I think that's supposed to be a shortcut, maybe? Or no?
I have no idea. That fog's good. I don't like him.
Yeah, if they were smart, but they're also... RFK's not radical enough for them. Opinion.
How come you're on YouTube now?
Oh, I want to try. It's easy to make like shorts off of your streams.
On the kick, kicking yourself.
I made an account.
Got banned off kick.
Yeah, yeah.
What was that?
Got banned off.
Banned off kick. Yeah.
Too edgy.
Who did?
Yeah, for what he did.
Yeah.
How did you get banned on kick?
I think it's like almost impossible.
I thought that was the thing that they fucking, what's the name, pride themselves on. You can't get banned off it.
I want one of these swords.
S-words.
Gib.
You think Bishop would stream, eh?
It's fucking...
Oh no!
Yeah, they call him radical. Communist. Who the
I believe the term for that is Marxist.
What?
Wait, what happened there? How is that a whole? Since we last heard working with seems to say the most informed out of all of us. What's the latest with the Dr. Disrespect stuff?
I don't know much. I don't know, apparently more shit came out.
Oh, but you want to tell us not to believe things, but you don't.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Oh my god. My simple thing was, before anyone knew anything, and took the word of a dude that had just he was like, ah.
To be fair, you were trusting the dude who's cheated on his wife.
Okay, it doesn't. Okay, alright. It's like impossible to argue. That doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. You still can't come out and just, if I say something, you can't just immediately take it for a fact. Like from the get-go, I was like, all right, well, let's see the pictures, screenshots. I'm not gonna take the word of some dude.
No one did.
Bullshit! Bullshit! Bullshit!
We waited for Dr. Disrespect to make his post.
Alright. That's bullshit.
Dorkin's so
That
mad
was
right now.
so.
He's like,
hey, listen.
no
I don't care.
pedophiles
No.
child predators.
No. Dude, I get it, man. You just like to cancel. You're just part of the cancel culture. You fucking prosecute. You prosecute first.
Why do you keep going on?
First, and then it's Turley. Cocksucker.
Hurley just talks fucking shit, and you just bite to it.
I know.
I don't even understand.
It's also because I was just fighting something and my eyes were glued and Hurley's fucking big ass mouth is just chirping in my ear.
What's your eyes got to do with your fucking ears?
I'm focusing, dude. Playing Elden Ring. I got Hurley's big mouth in my ear.
Anytime Hurley says something, you should know he's fucking trolling 99% of the time.
I mean, no, I understand that.
Am I right there, Hurley?
No, you're
absolutely right. Maybe it's my disdain for Hurley. Maybe I just hate.
I think that's what it is.
What do you hate him for? He hasn't done anything to you.
Yeah, all I did was try to tell you that somebody was a bad child predator, and you're just like, well, actually, we don't know that he did that, even if he admitted it. You can't trust his word.
You see? It's half a troll. It's half a troll. It's like half a troll, half not a troll. I can't fucking...
You're trolling yourself, guy.
Hey, dude.
I think it's funny that Dorkin's just angry because everyone saw the video about before everything first came out. And granted, yeah, like... Oh, let me riddle you this, Dorkin, before I finish this. If someone that was if someone that was a known goat fucker fucked a sheep, would you be surprised?
No.
So if someone that cheats on his wife also fucks kids, would you be surprised?
Are you talking about
yeah, because those two things don't correlate with you.
And
my thing is,
those two things don't correlate with each other.
Morally, they do.
No.
No
way.
You're crossing moral
no way.
Both ways.
Then why don't we throw adulterers in?
Well,
because politicians do it.
It used to be against the law.
What the fuck did I come back to?
Here's my thing, right?
Just go for another.
They're two complete.
Dorkin's defending pedophiles again.
I'm not defending Dick. That's two completely different things. I'm just saying.
Give you the rundown of why I initially was not even surprised, though.
Okay.
I will say though that the word pedophile being thrown around is actually false in terms of the dictionary definition, because a pedophile is somebody who goes under for prepubescent children.
Whatever, Miggy, we get it.
Damn,
you're trying to closetly come out as one, and we get it.
Miggy,
no, because I said it the other day. I said it the other day, and I got corrected. So I was just making.
You're not a pedophile.
Who corrected you?
A kid fucker's a kid fucker.
Whoever corrected you might be a pedophile.
That might be.
No, I don't, Bishop.
I gotta stay away from this guy.
Someone just.
Oh my goodness.
That's weird that you got corrected on that, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Daniel came in here. I think. Oh shit.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I might have to head out, dude. I've been chilling this whole time, and then I just hear this, dude. Damn.
My bad for knowing the fucking dictionary definition. My fucking bad.
A kid fucker's a kid fucker.
What? So because the dictionary says that's the definition, that's what it is?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
What's a vaccine then?
Nice.
What's the definition of a vaccine, Miggy?
You want the definition of a vaccine?
All this time.
Now, my thing is, right, is the dude was caught cheating on his wife, right?
Okay, you can't. That's not an argument, though. That's not an argument.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm explaining where my thought process.
It's not an argument. It's a debate, all right?
It's not even a debate. It's literally me just saying, hey, this is why I am inclined to believe these allegations.
All right.
Because the man openly admits to steroid use. Steroid use has wild effects on your psyche, and he's been doing it for years. He's also cheated on his wife, so you know he can't keep his impulses in line. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Listen, I don't care if he is or isn't. I'm just saying I don't like the idea that anybody you could say anything and then people, because what if it was wrong?
No, but he confirmed it.
Okay, dude. Oh, like why don't you guys? Why can't you?
Well, Dorkin, everyone's saying he's a bad person, so it's not surprising that he did bad shit. That's what everyone is saying.
Yes, I understand that.
So are we saying that he's a bad person?
Well, the issue, my issue wasn't that he did it or didn't. My issue was that immediately everyone just immediately assumed.
Yeah. rightfully so.
That's not correct. That's not right though. Because what if it was
If you've
wrong?
been known to do morally bad things, then I'm gonna assume you're gonna continue to do morally fucked up shit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. Like you.
Why does it not matter?
Because you still need proof. You can't just go around and fucking say these things.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if.
Listen, everybody, the reason everyone was fucking like, this is weird, was because on that initial whistleblower, he commented in all legal speak and did not deny.
Okay, so all right, fine. You want to talk about legal speak? Why, if that was the case, then why would Twitch pay him out? If Twitch had known, then they wouldn't have paid him out.
Hear me out here, right? Just because he was doing creepy shit with allegedly they said that this was going in the wrong direction and they called him right. That doesn't necessarily mean there's been legal wrongdoing. They'll still have to fulfill their end of the contract, but that doesn't mean that something morally dubious is not because they still banned him.
Do you think?
In the eyes of the court, no wrongdoing was found. Does not mean that there's a morally not an issue.
Okay, so do you think? All right, so you mean to tell me that Twitch? How much did Twitch pay him out? 30 million.
Because they were contractually obligated to, because he did not commit a crime.
What if they had gotten that out? What if they had leaked those messages?
Any website.
Fuck, I died.
Discord can read your messages.
Well, no, I think the reason they had to, weirdly enough, is because the Twitch whispers, I think they violated something. They violated something there, and I think that's why they had to take it out.
Listen, all I'm saying is
They did, by the way, Hurley.
What did they violate?
I had something to do with privacy issue. Like it was something, some sort of a witch hunt, which is why it settled in a court, and then like the way they found it was not done correctly, and which is why it was settled.
Oh wait, the way they found those messages?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that see.
So what
okay,
did he get,
that
what did he
makes
get accused
sense.
for?
Inappropriate texting
Well,
of
he wants to
minors.
get fired up over nothing.
Oh no,
Yeah,
it's not nothing. It's just
apparently from what I've heard is he back in the day or somebody DM'd him on Twitch and he was talking to a minor.
Yeah,
is that correct?
Dorkin was? Oh shit, I believe that 100%.
Why do you think Dorkin doesn't stream on Twitch? He's on YouTube
So-
now, by the way.
So
Why do you think he's
what
defending
else?
himself?
What else has come out though now?
He confirmed it. I think that was.
No, yeah, he didn't deny. He couldn't speak about it because of the case, right? But now the Twitch employees have leaked it. He can talk on it, right?
Oh no, apparently someone that used to work at Twitch who also has a sketchy background. So if you're gonna take that into effect.
At the end of the day, the texts are there. Leak, produce them, put them out there. They're being put into the court, but they're being suppressed, right?
Well, that's because it involves a minor.
So
They can't
at the end of the day, even so, Twitch would have in their contracts that they wouldn't have to pay out if he did X, Y, Z, that sort of stuff, right? So he hasn't. The court has turned around and said X, Y, Z, and Twitch paid out his contract. So till there's stuff they're saying that he's done something wrong. I'm not saying what he's done is right morally. The court has
Yeah, but
stated
legally,
that-
you are. I would be.
There's you're both arguing two different things. One's arguing court aspect, and one's arguing morally. Two different. You can't argue the two together.
I wasn't even arguing that.
right.
I wasn't even arguing that.
No, not arguing, debating them, whatever you want to call it.
At this point, I was just saying that just because some person comes out and makes an accusation, you immediately assume that as fact.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, like,
that's
you
and Andre were talking about two different things.
Correct.
Andre was saying, well,
Yes.
he's been labelled as doing X, so if anything comes out in the future, I'm gonna believe it. Where you were talking about if something hasn't come out on anybody before, you shouldn't assume that they're guilty.
Oh yes.
That is what you were. So you were both on two different train lines, trying to argue the same thing, which doesn't work.
You'd be correct.
That's why I stopped talking. He gets upset easily.
I
We're
said
saying
that.
the same shit, dude. We're saying the same shit. I think you're a little bit buddy hurt that. Like, no one here was firmly preaching before anything was like, Dr. Disrespect is a pedophile, and if you don't believe that, you're kicked out of the Discord. No one was there.
That is true, though. That is true. That is true. If you dick ride him, you're banned.
I wasn't even doing
that dude's working. Watch out, little guy.
If you message anybody on any of these platforms and you think that it's all private, you're fucking kidding yourself.
Morgan, I don't know why you were meat riding him, man. I mean, like, you're a little too old for him, you know?
I'm out.
Yeah, like, didn't I be doing that?
I'm out of this league. But...
Yeah, that's probably why he cheated on his wife, too.
New info from Miggy posted this. Dr. Disrespect was now confirmed in an article by Slasher and the Rolling Stone to have, quotations, sent sexually graphic messages to a minor he knew to be underage, end quotations. 2, was made aware of the individual being underage and indicated it was not a problem. 3, was not offered a contract at YouTube due to the circumstances of his Twitch ban, which YouTube was informed about.
But do you know, it's funny, you've been working for that game company or whatever it is, and how can they do, you know...
Oh, they definitely didn't give a shit. Was it until
next,
it came
you know,
out?
he's been working there, and then it can't, like, they've done extensive research or investigations, and they've had to let it go. All a load of bullshit.
Yeah, they did their own private behind-the-scenes investigation on it.
You're telling me Twitch wouldn't have done any of that stuff before?
Well, that's another thing.
To
Why
get
would...
out of paying a fucking contract thing? Yeah.
That's another
Don't forget,
thing.
Twitch is backed by Amazon. Do you think Amazon's gonna fucking let shit go?
Well, I think Twitch is a dying. I don't think Twitch is that profitable, and I probably didn't want to.
Well, they're definitely hemorrhaging money, but I mean,
probably
it's still
really,
the #1 platform.
They probably really didn't want to.
I mean, if they can get out of not spending fucking $30 billion.
Any corporation, if they can get out of spending money, they would rather spend money on lawyers than paying a fucking fee.
Or they settle. They'd probably much rather settle.
Three is kind of worded poorly, apparently. It's that they were aware of the rumors, but had nothing concrete. But that's not a factor into why he didn't get a contract. But regardless, like the first two are pretty damning.
Well, only thing that's swaying me on is that why would Twitch pay it out if he's done this sort of stuff, the delegate or whatever it is? That's the only my problem.
Because legally, probably he did nothing wrong.
But they had already banned him, and I'm sure it was like a
because there's a difference between legality and morality in that regard.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they would have stuff in. You're telling me they've got all these lawyers in the world, and they wouldn't have shit in there that would stop them from paying out shit, like that sort of stuff.
Well, because of the way that they found it out, like they have to settle. Because like he can go the opposite direction, saying the only reason you found this out is because you did it illegally.
They don't. They didn't do. What did they do illegally? What? Because it was a private message.
Yes.
They violated his privacy.
Yeah, but
on this thing, you tick a box that you agree to all their terms and conditions. That you have no privacy.
This was in like 2017.
But also in some states there is different like privacy laws.
Yeah.
Exactly. But
that's interesting.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that there's no privacy on any of these platforms. If you think that there is, like,
that's what I assume as well. That's what I assume as well. That's what I thought the general assumption was. So to hear that that's why a contract got paid out because I'm surprised by that more than anything.
I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, that is a bit.
Yeah,
because if you go through the terms and conditions and read it, like, nobody ever does. Fucking, there'll be nothing in there saying that, you know, oh well, everything in your private messages are private. That's a lot of bullshit. You agree to all terms and conditions. It's like people go, oh, I want privacy, but I bet you, how many people have Facebook on their phone?
Yeah, but that might not matter.
Oh, but the government's got this tracking app on their fucking thing to report fucking where you are or whatever. Oh, that's.
Well,
mate, you got Facebook on your fucking phone. Shut up, idiot.
It still doesn't matter. Even if You're still entitled to some privacy, even if it is on that platform.
So there are
So like it's like when
protecting privacy in the U.S. at least.
Yeah, like I said, it depends on your state. Like
Yeah.
Texas is a two-party consent state, which I think is kind of rare.
So why there's very few laws protecting privacy?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You'd be surprised. Like the expectation
So
of privacy
when-
legally is a very.
How many people? You
Apple-
walk around with a camera in
Apple
America
wouldn't-
and you film people, and people go, "Oh,
Oh, that's
you can't
fine.
put that. I have privacy."
Well, that's not
no,
no,
but I mean,
no,
how many
that's,
people?
that's not the same thing.
No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Is people go, "Oh, that's my privacy. You can't put it online." You're out in public. Shut up, idiot. You don't even realize what your fucking rules are.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like people's expectations of privacy. People don't realize what their rules are for it. So, like in saying that stuff's on a fucking Twitch. Oh, but you got privacy because it was a private message. It's a private message between you, them, and Twitch. It's just private because it's fucking nobody else can see it except for the 3 people I just said.
Okay, correction. Texas is a so here's the difference here. So Texas is a one-party consent. I think a lot of, if not most states, are one-party consent. Which is, for example, if I go...
Pennsylvania's a two-party.
If we're in this Discord call.
If I'm in this Discord call right now and I just start recording shit, and then but if I'm where you're at looking at the message, I have to ensure everyone here knew I was recording.
Yeah, but that's a different aspect of what's changed. That's what I'm saying. In the terms and conditions, they would have in there that they have everything.
Signing away your consent.
You're signing away all your consent. That's what I'm saying. In that perspective. So when you're saying that it got settled because of the privacy or whatever, there's no privacy in these fucking apps or Twitch or YouTube or whatever.
Well, there may have been. They may have not been.
You're being naive to think that there was, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm just saying that the reason they put it in contracts is because it's happened. There has to be something happening.
I mean, when the Boston Marathon bombers got caught, Apple wouldn't give FBI the password.
But they don't have a legal obligation to do that though.
What would be the difference?
What do you mean?
You're saying, all right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding your.
You're using the two. That's the irrelevant,
Boston
argument.
What do you mean? It's talking about private. The case doesn't matter. You're talking about privacy, right? If you're if someone is messaging on Twitch through their private messenger, your argument is that it's not private. Twitch is allowed to view it, right?
Absolutely.
No, okay. Well, it shouldn't be called. It probably shouldn't be called a private message in that perspective because it's not like I said, it's a private message between you, the person who sent it, and Twitch. It's private in that essence. It's not public, so everybody can see it.
Then why? But that would go. That's kind of like no, because that doesn't really make sense. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't need a subpoena to get people's phone records.
Yeah, but there's nothing that is a different to the. You're signing. You don't when you pick up your phone and make a phone call. You're not signing a piece of paper.
No, but when you sign up, when you sign up for a phone, when you sign up for Verizon or AT&T, you sign a contract. Do you think if that was the case, then why wouldn't Verizon have in their contract that hey, at any point the United States government?
Because the government shouldn't have control of businesses like that, bro. Hello, pull your head out of your ass.
Exactly.
I can't believe that just left your mouth. That's surprising.
I'm not. Oh, that's completely correct. So what? Just because you're using, just because you're.
Versus, okay.
I know.
Speaking over me.
I started at the same time. Go.
Someone clip that. Absolutely.
It's clipped. It's clipped. Go back in the VOD.
These two just arguing.
But no, you're arguing like a government case versus fucking Twitch. Twitch versus one person versus terrorists. Way different.
Yeah.
Phone records versus Twitch. Way different.
Alright.
Well,
that's probably not.
You're right. One of them got leaked and the other didn't. And one of them was arguably, I mean, I don't want to say worse, but I don't think it, I'll be honest, I don't think it really matters if it's a private company.
What matters?
Because I'm sure that Facebook can't just, I'm pretty sure Facebook can't just release messages between individuals.
It's not the fact of them releasing anything. What I'm saying is that they have the data of the conversation. It's not private between you two.
Yeah, they are in possession of the data.
They own the data.
Yeah.
That's it. There's nothing else you can talk about in that's.
Then you can make.
There's got to be another way up.
You can make the argument for any company, and it goes back to phone companies.
It's all companies like that. They
It doesn't
own the
matter.
data. They own the rights to it.
I understand that, but then you can make the argument that even your service provider can do the exact same thing.
Yeah, your ISP can. Yeah, that's why they say you should run fucking what's in it.
From the courts to get the transcripts because they own the data. It's not that the individual.
Yeah, but
the government doesn't own the data.
No, I understand.
The government still has to get a
they still have to get a
court
subpoena
order
to get it. Now the question is, what's to stop Verizon from getting people they disagree with and leaking any kind of messages they have? Would that be?
They can
okay?
do whatever they want. Yeah, they
so
can.
that would be okay.
Did you not remember the fucking Twitter files?
I don't know. I think that's still. I still don't think that's
And plus, no messages have been leaked yet.
That's true.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. None of the messages have been leaked. All that got leaked, wasn't it? Fucking people that worked at Twitter said stuff about it. So then now he can comment on it. Otherwise, he wasn't able to comment on any of it. The reason why he left, or he was a lawsuit. But how many Facebook files and YouTube files are there out there that don't get released?
Well, I would I just wouldn't know the legality of. Well, I'm sure they can look at them, but are they allowed?
Who can look at them? Who are you saying? Who's who?
What they
Yeah,
see?
correct.
I think you
Who's who?
absolutely should be able to. If Twitch is looking at the messages between a big streamer and a registered user that is underage, and then that's kind of a potential flag. But it's like they said, there's nothing legally wrong there. I think you can absolutely take action as a company. Why shouldn't you be able to? That'd be like firing an employee.
Yeah, 100%.
Legally, they're not doing anything wrong, but as a boss, I don't want that kind of shit in my business. So yeah.
Yeah, but it's a double-edged sword as well. You got to be careful because then if they go and do that sort of stuff, they're not going to have a business because people will be like, well, I can't trust them.
Yeah,
they're going to release all the information.
An employer can definitely
support this kind of behavior.
An employer can definitely employees. Fuck. Was that what you just said?
Yeah.
It's definitely.
And I'm pretty sure aren't Twitch messages or like Twitch messaging, isn't that gone now?
Yeah, the Twitch whispers are gone. Like as a concept,
Is it,
you know?
And isn't it like a private PM? It's not even called that, isn't it? Just called a direct message.
Yeah.
So
they used
when
to be called Whispereds.
yeah, so it was never a private message.
Especially with the AI out today, bro. No, your shit is the farthest. Oh, another grape head.
Nice.
I've been looking everywhere for this little bastard. All right, time to get one tap on him.
You've got it. You've got this.
No, I missed it.
This fucking golden hippo is impossible.
I thought you said that yesterday, and I said
Use the
didn't
shield.
you try using a shield, and then you're like, "This is the easiest shit I've ever done in my life." And
Yeah, that was.
That's how you beat him.
You did say that.
That was yesterday.
So are you just like shit talking the shield there? Or like,
Oh no no no! I said
he's trolling you, Andre.
I was surprised the shield can fucking deflect something. I keep getting eaten.
It's because you're
Fuck
not
this
using the
load,
right
but you can't
summon.
multi-stream.
Summon should I use? Using the industrial follower.
You want to be using the 5. One sec, let me. Please die. No. Oh, you're touchable now. Okay, you just gotta parry him once. What is that? Aged one's exhalation. Oh, what was I saying? I forgot.
Which ancestral should I?
Oh yeah. The best one in the game, bro. Where is it at?
Fucking that's trolling. Multi-stream doesn't work for YouTube. Standard.
Great Shield Soldier Ashes plus 10. That's what you want.
Great Shield.
Summons 5 Great Shield Soldier Spirits. You know the skeletons that don't die unless you hit them on the ground?
Yeah, these guys?
Yeah, imagine 5 of those guys and they only have shields. That's one of my favorite summons in the game, bro. It's goofy as hell.
See it.
But yeah, Bishop, I agree, but at the same time, like if your account is registered as your correct age, then there should certainly be some kind of flagging in place. Some kind of coded
protection
thing
of
to pop.
minors, absolutely.
Isn't that
I know on Roblox, and I'm crazy to bring Roblox up here, but I know if you, I know this because I made an account as a minor, you couldn't message people until you had become fucking of age, like 18. They may have changed that. I think it's maybe 16 or so, but they may have changed that now. But when I signed up as a kid, bro, it's like you either had a kid version of your account or you had the adult version. And kids, like, I don't think they could type in game. They couldn't message each other outside of game. You could still, it was like very, very limited, which I think was good.
You should really have to verify your ID for that. It's very odd.
That's a good idea.
Isn't that fucking verifying your ID? Isn't that racist?
Yeah.
In America, anyway.
Well, if you want to vote,
You're also handing out private information for free, basically, and I don't agree with that.
What, your ID?
Yes. You're giving them your date of birth, your full legal name.
Like they don't know that already, Hurley?
I mean, I'm just saying, data is much.
Wait, do you know what my answer is to that, Hurley?
What's that?
Don't use their platform.
Hey,
yeah,
you're right.
exactly.
No,
yeah,
right.
100%.
Right.
If you don't want to hand over the information, well, don't use it.
No, you're fucking right.
If you don't want to, if you want to use something, it's perfectly fine for any company to ask or do or whatever they want, because it's a private company. It's not a government asset.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
I kind of see what you mean, but I also kind of do.
What Doiky? What don't you do?
Okay,
don't you
all
agree on that?
right. Let's do another thing. If you're saying, I'm trying to think. Is that a good comparison?
You know, I can't see you winning this.
If
Morgan wants his
wait.
one debate, and he thinks he can debate everybody.
No.
And hey, do you know what? This is good though. This is good because it makes people talk.
So okay, all right. Do you think that private companies should require patrons to be vaccinated?
I think they have the
That's
right
their
to.
choice. That's their choice. You want to work at that
in
company?
America
This
they
is
have
a
the right to.
requirement to work at that company.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to put it into that analogy, why do I have to have a degree to work at that job? Why do I have to have X, Y, Z to work at that job?
Because those are two different. Because those are two.
No, they're not. They're exact
those
same.
are, no, they're not.
Exactly
No,
the
they're
same.
not. No, they're absolutely not.
So you're saying
absolutely
a degree
not.
is
So you're
different to being vaccinated?
Yeah. What? You're comparing a degree to a vaccination status?
No, I'm comparing a requirement with another requirement.
Okay, so you're saying that you would have to alter your body in order to enter a place or work at a place?
So when you go to university, you're not altering your body to learn new information?
I don't know how on earth you are comparing of getting a degree to a vaccine.
Here's where
I'm not comparing that. I'm comparing the fact that there's two requirements there. Yeah, yes or no?
Yeah, because one, okay, it's like a test. Then you made an argument. Then you shouldn't need a test to do anything.
That's my whole point. You're saying.
So
that
why?
You
But why? How is that the same as being vaccinated? Or forcing someone to be vaccinated?
Because that's their requirement.
That's not what you asked.
It's the same as it's their requirement for you to have X, Y, Z. If they require you to have X, Y, Z, well then you have to meet that requirement. Otherwise, you can't work there.
So it's okay for the masses.
No one said it's okay. No one said it's
oh,
okay.
Okay.
No, we're talking. You're talking morally, and I'm talking legality.
Yeah, like as a business,
their requirements are to meet A, B, C.
I think between private citizens, they should be able to choose whoever the fuck they want to do business.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole beauty. Is in America, you have the choice. Like, hey, that business is making sketchy ass decisions. I don't want to support them with my dollar anymore, so you don't. It's that easy.
Okay, you know what? You're right. You actually, all right.
It's
the
same as in California.
You would be correct.
People can't change what
correct.
they're doing in California. So what are they doing? They're leaving the state.
You know what?
And they should stay the fuck out of North Carolina and Texas, dude.
I correlate. You're right. I'm correlating. I'm correlating.
With it.
No, I know you guys are right. I am an idiot. I'm correlating government forcing. No, you guys are right.
In terms of whenever the mandatory military thing, bro, I don't agree with that. No, sir.
I'll be honest, Keith. I just naturally thought you were in favor of government mandates because I kind of consider the two the same thing.
And there's nothing wrong with well, there is, but I mean, 99% of the population do exactly the same thing.
Oh, what's not let people in that are vaccinated?
It's the same in here in Australia. The federal government here didn't mandate vaccinate. I think I'll correct myself. The only mandate that they made is if you were working in nursing homes or you had to go to nursing homes, they mandated you had to be vaccinated.
Oh,
outside of that,
they
made no other mandates.
It's actually
this is the federal government.
It's actually the same thing here.
Yeah, but everybody turns around and goes, "Oh, the government mandated you had to." It's like, no. They never mandated anything. The companies chose to mandate it. That's on the company.
Well, majority of the mandates in America were not because of the federal government.
Yeah, but I meant the population assumes that it was, though.
Well, now, if the government, but if the government...
The perfect example is the conversation we had, like, literally 2 minutes ago. You were arguing against me that mandates and having a degree were two different things, and now you just said, oh, actually, they're exactly the same thing.
No. You're right, because I was correlating it being government mandated. Now, I will say, if the government doesn't necessarily have to come out and say, you have to get X, Y, and Z.
We're not talking about that. We're not talking. It doesn't matter.
I know. You're saying if
a company or a private company or anything like that can choose to do whatever they want.
Yes, I understand that. But you were talking about Australia. Were you not? Just 2 seconds ago.
No, I was just saying that the government, I was using it as an example, the government came out and only mandated one little bit, But then everybody took that thinking that that was a mandate for everything, when it wasn't.
Serious.
So it was the same as like you're saying, oh, being vaccinated by a company is a, you know, the blah 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 being mandated to do it. It's like, well, they can do whatever they want. They're a private company.
No, you're right.
Don't work there. Exactly what Andre said.
I don't agree.
If you don't want to name, that's it. Don't use their company. Don't buy their products. Don't do whatever.
I agree.
That's the silver lining of it, is whenever you kind of allow them to be transparent, and then they have to kind of, I can't use the word renegotiate how they acted before. Whenever, like, that's the, I don't know if y'all saw recently, whenever, what was it? I think Wendy's that announced that they were going to do, like, essentially price gouging. They're going to say whenever it's not as busy there, they're going to fucking, the prices are going to be cheaper, but when it's more busy, things are going to be more expensive. Or maybe it was the flip side, but regardless, like, changing the prices based on...
Surge pricing.
Exactly. So, but it was, like, it was funny as hell, because, like, they just showed their ass, and it was like something that maybe they thought was going to be a huge win and the people wanted. But because we live in capitalist America, they were allowed to go out there, show their ass. Everyone probably thought it was a good idea, and then boom. Like, bro, I know I'm just one person, but yeah, I'm good with Wendy's after that, if that's how they think they're going to value their customers.
Yeah.
And it's just, I would say it's just fast. It's not a big deal at the end of my day. I don't eat fast food that often anyways, but I mean, it just went from not that often to that place never. Because it's like, what, I check on the app, my food's one price, and I get there, it'll be a different. I'm like, I'm good. I don't want to have to worry about that.
I didn't know they were...
I don't know if they care. There was a big... Oh my god, I just got deleted.
I don't
know.
No,
it was like, they got upset about it, so I don't think they carried through with that.
I never went to Wendy's beforehand, really, so...
Well, no, that's the good thing, Bishop, is like... I mean, fundamentally, at the end of the day, is like... Everyone here wants to see America succeed, and that's the good thing. But we can also realize,
except for fucking Keith.
I think even Keith. I think Keith's probably one of the more patriotic people here. But it's like at the end of the day, we can realize, like, hey, we're not actually like fucking mad. We're not angry. We're just talking. We like friends realize that they can just talk, and it's not the end of the world whenever someone doesn't agree on something. It's good to show that that still exists in the world. And it's not like Dworkin said something I don't agree with, so I have to cancel him now.
Like, man, it is what it is.
Sorry, bro, you are now canceled.
Yeah, I don't make the rules. I just abide by them. And
I don't make the rules. I just kind of enforce them and made them up and wrote them down and thought of them.
Yeah. But you know, other than that, I don't.
Other than that, dude, I don't really do it. I don't abide by that. I just died and I was.
It would be cool if YouTube was like, hey, to stream on our platform, you have to be vaccinated.
I just hate myself. I wouldn't be surprised.
Fucking. There goes Hurley with the troll.
Well, you know, so you don't spread viruses to people's computer.
That's true, dude. You do not want to do that.
Back to what I asked about before with the dictionary. What's a vaccination, though?
Well, it depends. Do you want the 2024 version, or you want the 20 like?
It's a political injection.
2002.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you, Keith. Give me a second. I posted it. It's a where the fuck did it go? A vaccine is a biological preparation that provides active required immunity to a particular infectious or malignant disease.
You know, it's very hard to vaccinate against.
Hurley, one sec. Where's the boss at here?
Fucking stupidity.
It's in a castle in there. I think it's to the. Let me look on my map.
Southeast.
Church
ruins.
Yeah.
Abandoned church.
Let me see here. I'm looking. I gotta find it. Yeah, it's in the southeast. Yeah, it's in the church ruins. I believe.
Oh,
am I?
okay.
No, wait. Am I losing? I think I've brain rot. There should be multiple sites of grace there. Oh, it's
It's Hurley going on a little bit of fucking Joe Biden there.
It's to the northwest.
Yeah, dude, look at his eyes are flickering.
Is it? What? Bro, I think I'm.
No, he started mumbling and shit and fucking going off and wherever he is going.
It's southwest. It's near your 3 mark. Sorry. All right. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I was having a little Biden moment, you know.
Yeah, I was getting. I don't know. I feel like I've just been down in that fucking. I've been down in the abyssal woods for like an hour now, walking in circles.
I was out in my backyard, my pool, and the kids they're running their hands down my legs, making the hairs go down. And
I'll
'cause
tell
I
you.
got blonde leg hairs, and
I'll tell you what. He talked much better than I thought he was going to. I was a bit surprised.
He is our president, after all.
Were you smoking on stream or something? Like, he talked terrible.
Oh no, he talked. Yeah, he's a dead guy. I'm just surprised he talked as well as he did. I don't think he talked well. I'm saying I'm surprised he talked even at all.
Hurley confirmed to be Joe Biden's body double.
Maybe. Now, he certainly looked.
Vic, I agree. I was fucking hedging the whole fucking debate. Not what you were going to.
But I thought he would have had more fuck ups. I mean, he had a lot, but I thought he would have had significantly more.
Even still, I
Actually,
still think there's still a percentage. I don't know how big my percentage is, but there's still a percentage Trump won't be president on November 5th.
That's very possible. It's not.
I hope so, just to see Jordan's reaction.
No, there won't be a country anymore. That's my conviction.
I still can't believe nobody has brought up the correlation of. You probably don't remember the movie. Remember escaping New York and escaping LA or whatever it was?
Are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me? Of course I know that movie. Yeah.
But how come nobody has brought up correlations to those movies?
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. What did they see?
Like how with the alien people?
Nah,
nobody...
it's with Snake Plissken.
Yeah.
That's actually who
Kurt
I think
Russell,
saw.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it's Kurt Russell. Yeah, that's literally what it is.
But like, how is nobody? Even the right side of people that are arguing how bad it is. Why has nobody ever turned around and gone, "Fuck, those two states are becoming like the movie"?
I've seen memes, but I mean,
I've never come across anything to bring those two up. Like I've never seen any correlation to the movie.
I've seen like memes. Like anyone.
What memes actually stating correlation to that movie though?
Oh
or
yeah,
just the
100%.
state's gone to shit.
No, I've seen like side by side. Like I could
100% what?
Like they'll have a side by side of like Escape from New York, side by side of like just modern day New York.
Oh, okay. And the movie.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I haven't seen. I mean, I'll be honest. I think people will easily see that if you've seen the movie at least.
Once you bring it up to them, but I mean, I've never seen anybody saying it publicly, like any of the left people or not the right people. Sorry.
Give me the sword. Give me the sword. I want.
I don't know. I don't know if they want to.
Who do you watch, Keith? Who's your news? Who do you watch for your news?
I like PPD.
Oh yeah, Patrick Bet David. Great. That guy's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Like Tim Pool.
Like, don't get me wrong. Yes, there's difference. There's another side to it and stuff like that. People put that, but everybody has that sort of aspect of thing. But I mean, at the end of the day, he does bring light to stuff.
Talking about PBD?
That's why he's got a following.
Talking about PBD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a giant show too. He's like.
He never was though.
The hell?
I didn't.
Back when it first started.
I didn't. I don't know when he started.
I've been watching him from the start.
I only watched him not recently, probably within the last like year and a half. But before him, I used to watch.
Yeah, because he's getting a following it, but
yeah.
that's. But the thing that annoys me with him is that, like, obviously he doesn't, you know, what's the name? But I mean, I don't understand why he never brings up, because you watch the show, right? I don't know why he never doesn't bring it up though, to correlate for people that did vote Democrats. This is what happens when you vote on heart instead of policy.
I'll be honest, I think a lot of them is because they, I don't know, maybe they feel like they don't need to say it, because I certainly don't. Yeah, I think it's kind of obvious. But
Don't have to say what? Say that again.
This is what you get when you vote based on emotion.
Yeah, well, that's what Trump lost the election in, well, within reason. Like, it should have been, like, obviously if you want to talk about what's the name as well, like there was voting fraud and all that sort of shit. But I mean, besides that, he lost it because a lot of people didn't like Trump.
Oh, so weird. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
they did. A lot of people just didn't like the way that he spoke and talked.
I think a lot of people just naturally assumed, as they have thought their whole life, that they would rather just have the same people that they've had for the past 20 or 30 years. And they thought it would go back to normal. That Trump was some fucking what do you call him? Some anomaly. And that if they just vote for Joe Biden, it would go back to normal. Not realizing that's not the case. Not really.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. So people who voted because they didn't like Trump because of the way he spoke or whatever, and if they just voted on the pure fact of what he actually did, then they wouldn't be in the situation that they're in.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I wish PBD would bring it up more, because I think that would open a lot more people's eyes to go, yeah, hang on, we should actually vote more on policy. Not the actual person who we're voting for. Yes, voting for the person who, yeah, in some ways is a little bit, but I mean, you still want to be voting for what they're going to do.
It's pretty amazing. I don't know. Yeah, part of me is like almost like kind of like this is what you get when you fucking vote on emotion.
But what is thinking like that do for you?
Well, hopefully teach them a lesson. Hopefully make sure they don't ever vote that way again. Honestly.
No, but I mean that's the problem. The government doesn't want to teach people to do it, because then they would lose votes, right? The you know, both sides of the party would lose votes. That's why they don't teach it.
Oh, I have my reasons for why they go. That's probably among them.
Madness. Hidden path ahead. Oh, I made my game lag. Hurley, did you get the hidden path?
Yep.
Just making sure.
Roger, Dodger, appreciate.
Oh, there's some loot.
How come you're allowed to be on the computer anyway, Doykin?
What's up?
I said, how come you're allowed to be on the computer anyway, Doykin?
Been good.
Yeah, they haven't started power sharing in Philly yet. I think they start next week. Holy moly, that's a big boy.
What was that, Andre? Start what?
Power sharing.
Power sharing.
What's that?
It's where only important people get power in certain times of the day.
And the poors don't. I mean, the
oh, dude. They should have never taught me this.
Yep. He's learned.
I fucked up.
They'll go fucked up there, balls.
Oh man, that hurt. We're chilling. Nope. Uh-oh. Oh, this one for real. You can't parry a kick. You can't parry that. Oh no, we might be boners. I think you can parry that.
I just want to see who the first the news people that are going to say, "Oh, fucking Biden is not going to be running for presidency."
You know, that's actually kind of why I was hoping Biden didn't appear tonight, is so that they don't remove.
Where'd that guy come from?
So I think this is the first time in American history where the
But
economy.
even on the flip side, though, even if Gavin Newsom gets in, right?
I don't think he'll win, but
yeah, but I mean, even put it aside. Let's say he does get in, right?
you're saying White House.
Fucking we put Biden fucking out the pasture, and they bring in Newsom, right?
Yeah.
How can okay? People in California are going to vote him, right? But I mean, outside California, everybody's left the state and they see what the state is like, and it's been by him. So that, to me, is not going to work either. Like putting him in.
Also, the radicals are going to wonder why Kamala Harris would have to willingly say, you know what, it's not my time. And she doesn't strike me as the person. Shit.
On the end stream.
Now you have to give your kid a reason to cry. That's what my dad used to do.
Did you say my dad used to give me a reason to cry?
Yeah, he said, "You want to cry? I'll give you a reason to cry." That's what my dad used to do.
That's crazy. Some people have never heard that before.
Didn't do it enough.
Oh, it's not. No, I didn't hear it come through. I'm in the car.
No, I'm just saying. Like some people were raised in a loving place where that was never said.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've just never lived.
But then again, to be fair, that was the threat that worked on me. I was like, oh shit, he do got a point though.
My mother said it more.
Like it's a bad way to think, but I mean it works
true.
though. Right?
It's valid.
Like if you think morally wise, that's probably not the greatest, but I mean it works.
You could say it a bit more tactfully for sure.
Fuck no, why? Tactfully doesn't make it fucking sound better.
You're talking to a kid though. If you're talking to a kid, you know.
But I think that in some ways, like this is obviously my opinion. This is why the world is the way it is, because we fucking sugarcoat.
Oh, I mean, but you
the way we say things.
Yeah, I was like, you 100% have the right of speech here, because I don't have children. I don't fucking know, dude. I have younger siblings, but that's not even.
No. Put children aside. I'm talking about. I'm saying like when you say there's a better way to say it or a nicer way to say it, I feel like that's why the world is the way it is because everybody wants to sugarcoat fucking their answer instead of just saying the correct. Well, I shouldn't say correct, but the way they want to say it, they don't say it because they don't want to put. Yeah. Fuck! Look at that! Look at fucking old love! Fucking fucking spit on that thing. That's fucking. Taking the world by storm.
What's the deal with that?
I haven't seen it yet.
I have no idea what that.
How have you not seen it yet?
I've heard it. I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard it.
I'm upset that I haven't.
Have you chose not to? Have you just chose not to look at it or see it, or it hasn't come up on anything, a news like a feed or anything?
I wouldn't know how to spell it to search it if I was being honest.
Just fucking
like
say it in Google.
Right?
Yeah, huck to it.
Yeah, like it sounds.
You know when you go when you're bringing up phlegm.
Yeah, it's disgusting. The disgusting sound.
Yeah, one of these.
Well, that's what she's saying. Like you gotta when you're sucking it up, you gotta give that to it. Spit on that thing.
Silly.
Jesus.
It's
Oh no. The second test.
It sounds awful, but But how much better is it better seeing that than fucking these rainbow flags and fucking people that think that they're a man and they're a fucking female or female thinking they're a man? Like, fuck, I'd rather listen to Huck to it.
Yeah, I think I agree
Than
with
the
you.
bullshit that's getting pushed.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I am in agreement.
How, explain to me how's there fucking 2 days out of the year for a male and a female?
Wait, 2 days out of the year.
And there's like 100 and something. There's only 2 days out of the year that we celebrate for a mum and a dad, right?
Oh, yeah. I wish because it's a radical ideology that has been hijacked by
the bishop here. Bishop's
What would Bishop say?
So I'm just remaining neutral. There's a...
What did Bishop say? Because I can't see chat.
What's the word? He said Keith is starting a speedrun with the meeting the cancel culture mob.
Keith is starting a speedrun.
I just said it. I just spoke the words. I don't know how low you have me turned down, Dorothy.
No. I was saying it again for myself. I'd do that.
Cut you down, son.
I have to say it out loud for myself.
Saying that, is he saying that I should, like for me to, like, I want to get rid of the cancel culture people? Is that what he's saying? I can't understand what he's said.
He's saying it's, you may be riling up a certain audience.
Well, I'm riling up the 1% of population. Fucking who gives a fuck about them?
Well, there's a thing called marketability, and I'd like to remain a little bit of that.
So 100%. This is not a topic to speak on your stream. 100%.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of confused why we are.
Yeah, 100%.
100%. Yeah, let's save this for another time.
Yeah, Keith came in here and fucking went off the charts. I'm dying to a giant.
That's you, Dorkin.
Nah, dude, I don't know what we're talking about. I'm dying to a giant gold.
No, Dorkin, you were right there with him.
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
Y'all are going down in the same lifeboat. I'm shooting the holes in it myself. Oh my! Hurley, you finished with the castle yet? I think he died.
Fucking bitch, God. I should have got off 35 minutes ago, but I didn't want to kill.
Who are you fighting?
It's fucking golden hippo. Can't.
Are you using a shield?
Yeah, I just don't.
Are you using a spear with bleed on it? I would use a... Oh, brother. Okay, so the great thing about shields, and this is going to be a real wow moment, is with thrusting swords and spears, you can attack with them while you're still defending. That's why they're so good.
Okay. Mogdon.
I recommend Mog Spear. That thing is fantastic
I have
for...
that.
Yeah, that thing's very good. Does fire, does bleed. It's very good. That's what I use for mostly everything so far. But now I got this sick-ass lizard blade, dude.
What are the odds of me... Is it Mogwin? Is that M-O-H-G-W? That's it, right?
Hey, yeah, that blade.
Oh, what? I'm fucking fat now?
Yeah, it's a heavy-ass one.
You fucking said it.
But you don't have to... What shield do you run? You don't have to run the fingerprint one if that's the one you're running. Just anyone that has 100% damage negation.
Oh, I was running the Golden Beast Crest.
Yeah, big boys.
The big ass blade, it's like that big square one. Or rectangle one, I should say.
I love this weapon.
One of the Oathkeeper's armor.
rat attack! Rat attack! Shit! Hey, I'm alive. Oh shit, they're alive. Help me! First off, make me fat roll. Wow. Oh my goodness. Are you shitting me, dude?
Oh my god, the spear's way better. No, Zach,
you can
chill.
use thrusting swords as well, and they have the same. You can do the same thing. So if you find a thrusting sword you like more, then consider that as well.
I'm trying not to jinx myself because yesterday I was like, oh, the shield's missing.
Well, now that you're using the weapon for the shield, I think you will beat the boss rather easy.
Yeah, he's
just
going
keep
down.
an eye on your stamina, but he's a big guy, so even if he does break your stamina, by the time he goes in for another attack, your stamina bar should just let go of L1. Just don't hold down L1 the entire time. Make sure you're letting your stamina recharge. But it's not. You'll get the drift of it. It's like a rhythm game. Get the spear from God of War Ragnarok. Shit is OP. Which one? What you talking about, Willis? Oh, the Smith script ones? Like I was saying, I like that one a lot, but it scales off so much different shit it doesn't feel like it does very good damage for how high I have it leveled. But it does do bleed, so I mean, it doesn't... You should get your hits in, honestly.
Apologize. Vent.
Apologize.
What'd you say?
My woman needed a vent. I apologize.
You're talking shit?
Yeah. Mainly about how to work it defends child predators.
What can you do, man?
Try to help him.
I have to upgrade the spear.
Yeah. No denial. All legal speak. That's working.
There's loot I need to get. I've mentioned it like probably 3 times in this run, and it's about time I went and got it and leveled it up early.
Hell
You know what it is?
What's that? The pole spear?
Of course, bro, of course. I need
the pole torch.
Oh, here it is. It's a Gale Lake North, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
I guess technically I could do Gate Front. I really want it, because it's kind of an ignorant-ass weapon, and it looks funny. Like, this is the Elden Lord, bro. He has a stick that's on fire. You know what I mean? Like, that would be fucking ridiculous.
That is ignorant.
So I think to get the torch, the only right way is going to have to be to use a torch. Oh, wait, do these guys not have it? They have to have it. No. Hold up. Something right here. Bishop, what did you link? Or is it... Let me open it up. I think I'm safe now. Here, let's close, make sure this. Boom. I still need to finish this game, so I'm not going to watch this entire fight, because this might be spoilers. Or is this the new game? Never mind. Wait, no, is it? I can't tell. That's the new one? Okay, we're good then, we're good. God of War. This is Ragnarok. This is the one Marcus is real psyched for. Looks pretty badass. It looks hard. This fighting looks fast-paced, bro.
Can I buy somber smithing stones 9?
You just have to have the somber smithing stone bell bearing.
Where do I get that?
I can't remember.
All right, Hurley, here's one thing you're going to need to remember right now.
Okay.
I need this. I'm just going to Google it. Give me a second.
You'll see the little shitters carrying them.
You think so? You think I just do it authentically?
Yeah.
Roger that. I'm pulling the fists out, and they're getting their asses beat.
Let's try.
I remember I loved the spear in, Dude, where are the guys that have this thing?
Supposed to get somber smithing. This thing's locked at 10, right?
Yeah, Miggy, it started veering in a non-marketable direction, so we decided to change topics.
Yeah, I didn't really feel like going along. I mean, I got it.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
Whoa! Dude, I think I'm misremembering having this weapon.
Yeah, the two-handed torch.
I thought it was on either of those guys in the village there, but is it in Volcano Manor? Stand by. Oh, these guys are pissed off at me.
Are we talking about the steel wire torch or what?
Any one of them that's two-handed, the more primitive looking, the better. I want it to look like idiotic. Better it if the drop, whichever one has the better drop rate as well, so I can get 2 of them. Hey, I don't have the Site of Grace yet.
I'm probably gonna head to sleep, y'all.
Hey,
right, just take it easy.
Got gassed up today.
You gotta cut them down.
Alright. I'll talk to y'all
in a bit.
Most likely tomorrow.
Alright.
Technically today. For me and Tony.
I'm not looking. I'm not seeing anything about a two-handed torch.
It's a pole torch or something.
Pole
it's a spear
arm
with a
torch.
Fucking, yeah.
Elden Ring. Torch pole. Found it. Killing the Stormvale Castle Courtyard guards.
Used to kill these giants, fire ones.
Fire giants. I use. Oh, you want to know a crazy ass weapon that makes it very easy to fight them?
Yes.
But I also have it plus 25. But, well, what are your specs? What's your
strength and dexterity?
Honestly, for you, I would run do you have dual hammers or dual poise breakers?
I got.
Because I think, because if you're not really expecting to popping elements, then it might take a while for it. But if you're full strength and dex, I think it'd be. Why does it keep doing? Oh, you know what it is? Because I'm touching my mouse with my. Cool, and it's getting confused on the input. But yeah, apparently this sword is rare as well. I got lucky on this one. You remember this one, Hurley?
I'm waiting for stream to catch up.
I'm on John Elden Ring right here.
That's the noble sword, yeah?
Yeah.
That thing is fucking sick.
That's funny. On my other character, I don't have this. The Icerine Hatchet.
That thing.
Yeah, here it is. Torch pull. Oh, there it is. There are 3 torch pull carriers in the courtyard near the left side channel. That's where it was. Because I kept farming them for some reason. Okay. Yeah, how does this thing's stats look? Fucking
dreadful. Dreadful, yeah. It's awful.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited for it, bro. What's up, Lionel?
The beacon of positivity
it's
is you.
like sometimes, as long as I don't know, as long as we're self-aware, there's really nothing else to say about it. Everyone knows.
I think he was running along with the joke that you guys were talking shit behind my back while I was AFK.
There was no joke.
Yeah.
Hate you, Lee.
All right, Harley, you're back on the hate list. You were on the love list for all of 25 minutes.
It took you 4 fucking seconds to piss me off again.
I've been told that's me. I've had that video sent to me and they're like, this is you, by the way.
I only had 9,000.
You'll have a good evening.
Only had 9,000 later.
Take her easy, bro.
9,000 XP.
Is this a troll?
I think next time I make a taco, I'm gonna throw cheese on like the flat top and like fry it, and then put the tortilla on top of that. Like real fat bastard shit.
It's crazy to think of how Fat Bastard was considered obese when that movie came out, and then you just look at like people now and you're like, damn.
He is obese, to be fair. Like, look at it.
Oh, he is, but that was considered like obscenely large. You know what I mean?
Yeah, now you got the 600-pound kahunas.
Yeah, now he's pretty cool.
Now he's like, you're like, oh, that guy could go on a diet and lose that weight. Like that's what you would think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On Outrun. Oh, there's one right there. Drop it. Oh!
You just got firebombed in your face.
Yeah, what the hell is up with that? So is that one of the guys that can drop it? Is that?
Yeah. They just have to be holding it and they can drop it.
I don't even think I've fought. Yeah, on my New Game Plus, I haven't fucking fought this dude yet.
Are there any helmets or anything that gives you better faith? I use these.
Oh fuck! Oh, that was sick.
Oh my! I thought you just fell off the map.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Not
bro.
him.
Not John Fortnite.
You mean John Elden Ring?
No, I mean John Fortnite.
You mean Elton John?
Hate to say it, dude. This character's name is the OG. This is the OG right here. This is Manslayer.
Damn, is there anyone that gives you
all
better?
men.
Oh, fuck me.
Slay.
Oh yeah, I remember that was the nice thing about New Game Plus. Though, is I already had the keys to all this shit.
Alright, I have to go to sleep. Let's go. But Keith got me on a thinking, talking to myself.
What the fuck?
Have a good night, working.
Good night, working.